ठीक है। मैं अभी पता करती हूँ। अभी ये वाली कॉन्टेंट है। अच्छा, मैं एक बार पता करती हूँ। हाँ, नहीं चेक कर लेते हैं, पता चल जाएगा। अच्छा अच्छा सर, मैं अभी कॉल करूँगी आपको कॉल बैक।
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to day 3 of the sessions. We're pleased to have our session chairs with us today and look forward to a productive set of discussions. First up, we have Dr. Ravneet Singh Bhandari. Dr. Ravneet Singh Bhandari is an international author and academic who has worked with indigenous in universities, scholars, and communities across the globe. He has served as a senior faculty member in the Department of Marketing at Amity University and was earlier associated with Chandigarh University, where he helped develop and teach digital marketing programs. His expertise includes digital marketing, social media marketing, and SEO. He has published over 30 research articles in Scopus, ABDC, and Web of Science, index journals, and authored a book on PC strategies. Dr. Bhandari also serves as a reviewer for reputed international journals and actively conducts research on digital marketing and its emerging trends.
Other chair is Dr. Priyanka Vashisht. Dr. Priyanka Vashisht is an associate professor in the Department of Computer Science and Engineering at Amity University, Haryana. She earned her PhD from Thapa University, Patiala, and her MTech from Banasthali Vidyapeeth. She has around 20 years of teaching experience and has guided more than 70 BTech projects. She has published research papers in reputed international journals and conferences and holds 2 patents and 3 published Indian patents. She is the author of the textbook Algorithm Analysis and Design and is a AWS certified cloud practitioner. Her research interests include cloud computing, distributed systems, IoT, artificial intelligence, and grid and fog computing. She is also a reviewer for journals and conferences and a member of CSTA and ACM. Our other chair is Professor Divya Agarwal. Professor Divya Agarwal is a faculty in the Department of Mathematics, Amity University, Noida. She received her MSc from IIT Delhi and her PhD from IIT Roorkee. Her research area is mathematical programming, nonlinear programming, problem and optimization. She has several papers published in reputed international journals. Now we'd like to move on with the session.
First up, we have Siva Sudhir Mahadisu, Senior Principal Solution Architect, Texas, USA. Sudhir MS is a Senior Principal Solutions Architect with more than 16 years of experience leading innovation across wireless, cloud, and AI-driven telecom systems. He is a senior member of IEEE and has been of the IET since 2012, actively contributing to engineering communities.
Okay. So let me start my, can I share my screen real quick? Is that okay? Okay, please do let me know if you guys can see my screen here.
Yes, sir, it's visible.
Yeah, okay then. So thank you everyone. A very good morning everyone. It's a privilege to join you at the 5th International Conference on Recent Trends in Engineering, Technology and Business Management. My sincere thanks to Amity University, the organizing committee, the distinguished chairs, and all the researchers and students who make this conference such a vibrant platform for innovation. Right? So today, I'll be speaking about how the agentic AI and the Internet of Things, right, like are shaping the future of connectivity, especially as we move toward self-optimizing 6G systems. So I'm Sivasudhi Madasu, like a senior principal solution architect based in Texas. I've been in this industry from past 2 decades. Like my main focus is like on private 5G, cloud native telecom, and edge computing for like mission critical industries like manufacturing, utilities, ports, and like industrial like IoT, right? Like so, as a senior member of IEEE, I've also like had a privilege, like of serving IEEE as a reviewer, author, and a mentor, training more than 5,000 young engineers across wireless and cloud native technologies. So it's an honor to bring that experience into today's discussion. So now we've came in telecommunications, right? Like we've came a long way in wireless, right? Like back in 1980s, like where we started with 1G, right? Like those early like analog amps systems. Then came like a 2G, 3G, 4G, and today we are living in the 5G era, right? And even though 5G is still rolling out across the world, the industry is already like moving towards 6G, especially with the rise of the satellite-based connectivity, right? So in my talk, I'm going to be discussing about some of the current and future generations networks that are built on infrastructure, and which is called like like a 5G and 6G, like, and satellite communications, right? Like how these are coming together, and why we need agentic AI in order to solve like some of the problems like outages, right? Like connectivity issues, right? And we need to predict them in advance, right? Like so, these are things which we'll be discussing. And across generations, like we've moved from analog voice to broadband data to cloud native architectures, right? The next leap is like a 6G. It's not about faster speeds, right? 6G is all about intelligence, networks that understand intent, reason about context, and act autonomously, right? So that's all about like the 6G. So before going into details, let me like go through why this topic matters, right? Especially in telecom, right? Like the Internet of Things is exploding, right? Like billions of devices, each generating like continuous telemetry. Networks are becoming too complex for manual troubleshooting. So we need like systems that can like predict, right? Like and self-heal and like optimize in like real time. So if you look at like past few years, the shift has been dramatic, right? Like between 2019 and 2022, like the global mobile data usage, right? Like actually doubled. People are simply consuming more data than ever before every year, right? Like every year the usage keeps climbing, and the networks have had to evolve quickly to keep up the standards, right? So that's why so much of like legacy telecom infrastructure is being replaced, right? Like with the cloud native systems, everything is becoming more modular, right? Like more distributed and more software driven. And that modernization is actually what sets the stage for the discussions we're having today. Now, right now, the connectivity sits at the intersection of IoT, 5G, 6G, and your the NTN, right? Like the non-terrestrial networks, which is the satellite networks. So IoT doesn't live in like one environment, right? Think about like the places, like where traditional like mobile coverage doesn't reach, like mountains or like rural regions, like our remote communities, right? Like that's where NTN steps in. Satellites, you mean to say like like you can take it like a Geo, Neo, Leo, or like like these are the ones like that are filling those gaps, right? So companies like Starlink, right, like Skylo and the Viasat, right, are already building out these constellations. But here's the challenge: like all of this infrastructure, right, like needs to deliver 5 nines reliability. That's incredibly demanding, right? And to achieve that level of stability, especially across terrestrial, non-terrestrial networks, we need AI specifically, right? So AI that can predict issues before they happen and keep the network stable without waiting for any like a human intervention, right? So that's why IoT, 5G, 6G networks and like satellite networks must work together, right? So the future of IoT fabric is like a hybrid, like and then distributed and always should be connected, right? So now let me touch briefly on the 4G before we move forward. Like, I won't go deep into the technical layers, but I do want to give you a sense of what the network looks like and why it matters, right? Like, all of us today use multiple like connected devices, right? Like, but the network isn't just serving users or the consumers, right? Like, it also supports like first responders, right? Like either the police, fire, or like these are the first responders, right? Or the mission critical services like remote surgeries, or like, there are a lot of use cases like IoTs, like drones, right? Like, delivering food and groceries, right? Or like connected cars. Think about like autonomous cars, autonomous vehicles like Waymo, right? Which you are seeing in live, right? They rely on extremely reliable and low latency, high throughput connectivity to operate safely, right? So 4G, coming to this network 4G, this really kicked off around 2010, right? And even now, like about 80% of the world's mobile traffic, right? Like it's still runs on 4G. It's been incredibly resilient. Meanwhile, 5G is still rolling out, bringing in cloud native architectures and edge capabilities, right? But 4G continues to carry the bulk of that load. Okay, so now coming to 5G, 5G really marked the beginning of the cloud native era for telecom. Instead of relying on legacy systems, we started moving network functions into cloud and closer to the edge. That's where the data is being generated, right? So that shift completely changed like how networks are built and operated. So with this architecture, we get higher throughput and much lower latency, exactly what our modern applications need, right? And many of these functions, which you can see in this network diagram, right? Like they make like 5G powerful, come from like this ability to distribute workloads intelligently across the edge and the cloud. Okay, so this 5G introduced this cloud native architecture, which is decomposed, containerized, and orchestrated, right? So this modularity is what enables AI-driven automation. So every function becomes observable, measurable, and controllable. If you see in these network functions, there are multiple network functions, but again, as I said, I don't want to go into details into the architecture. But now when we talk about 6G, right, like we're really talking about the future. We expect the first, the real deployments to start appearing around 2030. But architecturally, it looks similar or like familiar like 5G. It still builds on the foundations of 5G. But the big difference, right, is intelligence. 6G is designed to usher in a truly autonomous era for networks. If you look at how networks have evolved, the pattern is clear, right? We moved from manual operations to automation, and now we're heading towards autonomy. And to get there, we need a new set of technologies, and we need to solve some long-standing challenges. Like if you can talk about like our traditional networks, right? Like our traditional networks have come with a lot of baggage, right? Tribal knowledge, undocumented best practices, right? And multiple teams like managing different parts of the system. So it's no surprise, right? Like that when an outage happens, everyone is scrambling, right? Like to figure out what actually is happening or what actually is going to happen. It's almost like there's a ghost in the network, right? So that's exactly why we need agentic AI. These systems can observe, reason, and act, bringing like some sort of like a clarity, why the predictability and automation, to places like where today like we rely heavily on the human intuition, right? Like and manual troubleshooting. Now this agentic AI is different from our traditional machine learning, right? Like instead of just predicting, agents can reason, plan, and act, right? Like in these, they can collaborate with these agents can collaborate. Like if you see in this network, like the 6G network, like maybe one agent can monitor, or maybe another can analyze, and maybe another can heal. So together, these agents, they form like a cognitive network. So that's the future of this in 6G. And now this is like our lab in Frisco in Texas, where we are running a lot of like experiments with agentic AI. In traditional networks, the way we troubleshoot, right, like troubleshoot issues, is by tapping different points in the network, capturing packets, and once we capture those packets, we analyze them and then figure out like what went wrong. But all of that happens like when there is an outage, like after an outage, right? Like it's a reactive. What we're trying to do is flip that model. So instead of waiting for something to break, we want the network to like anticipate issues and act proactively. That's why we built this lab. So it's designed around an agentic AI framework. We've even like filed like 3 patents on how these agents communicate with each other and how a master agent can orchestrate the entire life cycle of the network operations, right? So using this setup, we can pull data from many different sources, run like a real-time analysis, and test how autonomous agents respond to like a real-time network conditions, right? So that's what like we're currently running into. And also like these are some of the cell on wheels units, or cows, which we call, like we take them out to like a rural and like remote areas where there is little or like no mobile coverage. The idea is to bring temporary connectivity, right, like into those regions, collect real world network data, and stream it back to our lab to for analysis, right? So while these cows,
Dude, we are actually running short of time.
yeah, okay, sure, yeah, okay. Let me wrap this up quickly. So these are the ones like like which we are running on these different projects right now to do all the different experiments, and this is how typically like like how the network behaves like for different use cases where we need extensive broadband, or like where we need extensive like ultra low reliability latency. That's where like these are different like AI driven systems that we are working on. And also like we are working on the CI/CD tool using the agentic AIs. But again, like this is like even before going to that experiments, like we started using the AWS and Azure or the GCP model. Just this is the one which I just want to highlight in this talk. And coming to the different use cases, these are the ones which we have listed out based on the experiences, which we have encountered, like what is there we need to work on, right? And obviously, of course, like autonomy doesn't come without any challenges, right? Like, so we have faced a lot of challenges which we have listed out in here. And obviously, there are a lot of opportunities for agentic AI. The opportunities are enormous, from energy efficient networks to ultra low latency IoT applications. Okay, so the convergence of this AI, IoT, and 6G will reshape the industry going forward, right? So finally, like I know I have a lot to talk, but as interest of time, I just want to conclude this saying that like as IoT continues to expand, right, like the network that support it must evolve, right? So agentic AI gives us the tools to build networks that are predictive, resilient, and autonomous, right? So the path forward is clear. The next decade belongs to those who can manage IoT, AI, and cloud native telecom. Okay, so thank you again, once again, like to MT University, the conference chairs, and the organizing committee for this opportunity. I look forward to the conversations and collaborations that will follow. So thank you once again. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Dr. Shiva Sudhir. It was a wonderful, wonderful talk, and we got to know very, very, very new things which are going around in technologies. Thank you so much for your wonderful talk.
Thank you. Thanks for having me. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Now we'd like to invite our next speaker, Venkata Tej Deep Jakaraju. Venkata Tejdeep Jakaraju is a senior cloud and platform engineering leader with deep expertise in AWS, Azure, and JCP. He specializes in large scale cloud modernization, Kubernetes platforms, and DevOps transformation. So,
Dr. Venkata, are you there online?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. You can please start with your talk. Requesting you to kindly switch on your camera.
Yep, I'm doing that. Yeah. Can you see me?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
You're audible and visible also.
Perfect. Okay. So I just wanted to make sure I'm I'm completely visible too, right? I just wanted to make sure. Yeah.
Yes. You're visible and you're audible. You can start with your talk.
Perfect. Okay. Yeah. Good morning, everyone, and thanks, Amity University, for the opportunity. Uh, for the whole technical program committee and the chairs of the fifth international conference on the recent trends in engineering, technology, and business management. My name is Venkat Tejdeep Jakaraju. I currently work as a senior cloud engineer in uh, in a retail sector, GameStop. So I currently reside in United States, where my role is to design, operate large scale cloud native platforms for high traffic retail environments. I have a master's degree in cybersecurity and AI ML. Over the past decade, I have focused on distributed systems engineering, AI ready infrastructure, and secure DevOps architectures. I have authored over 15 international publications, including IEEE Springer and ACM related conferences, served as reviewer, session chair, and also I have experience as a keynote speaker. I have a granted patent in intelligent multi-cloud compliance automation. So basically, what I have learned from operating AI systems at production scale is, like I just wanted to share my experience, and it will be a guidance for most of the people. I have trained a lot of people as well. So so the model performance metrics is the major topic that I'm going to share with you guys on my research and knowledge. So basically, I want to focus on AI systems are truly trustworthy in real world computing environments, especially under retail scale stress conditions. So coming to let me share now. Yeah. So yeah. So moving to the topic, the accuracy first research to the trust first engineering. So that is the main motto of this. The stochastic challenges that we have faced open by addressing the so basically the fundamental differences between deterministic software and non-deterministic software in ML systems, which is like uh, which is which is having a production gap in terms of what we use and what we are researching. So basically, the core problem is that there is a gap in what we are researching and what we are building. So So research typically optimizes for accuracy, but the engineering community must optimize for trust. So trust is a composite of like validity, reliability, safety, security, and transparency. All these terms have to be included, and they are non-negotiable. So basically, the yeah. So introduce so the integrated approach of the reliability, which is like a drift detection, security, which is ML machine learning security operations, and the autonomy, which is the self healing infrastructure, as the new standard for the cloud native AI platforms. So the high cost of the silent failures are also being discussed here, where the models return predictions without error codes, but fail to reflect the reality of the leading uh, catastrophic security and reputational breaches that we face in the real world. So review. So we have gone through this framework. So basically, adopting to the shift left philosophy to the unique dimensions of the machine learning lifecycle. Uh, so basically, CI/CD pipelines and the microservices introduced most of the vulnerabilities like misconfigured cloud resources and insecure dependencies. uh, ML systems actually introduce risks that do not map to the conventional software, such as data poisoning and adversarial evasion. So, the role of the open source security foundations, the OpenSSF, in securing the AI ML supply chain specifically for the developers who are now consuming the open source models and the data sets. So, coming to the multidisciplinary personas in the ML SecOps lifecycle, so we have like four pillars. So this is one of the pillar, the engineering reliability, the security as a code, ML SecOps. And the other pillar is the autonomous infrastructure. So basically, the event-driven architecture transition from reactive monitoring to the proactive remediation. Logic handles drift, latency spikes, and resource exhaustion. So these are the challenges that we face in the real world. So where the focus is in the designing secure, scalable architectural patterns that prevent model theft and unauthorized data access. So the data the cross-functional guardian explains how the product security engineering sits directly with the dev teams to shift left security testing, and so these majorly focus on the security side of the ML ops that we are trying to induce in the production ready environments. So basically, uh, so the primary life cycle stages of the ML ops are the self healing loop, remediate, and decide. So this is the ML ops loop that we generally go with, and map. So basically, the framework introduces the ML security as a baseline for threat mapping, uh, and model inversion, explaining how attackers can reconstruct sensitive training data and API responses into the sensible data, and then it is induced with major threats, which is kind of data poisoning. And when the hidden layers are embedded in models to activate only upon specific trigger phases, so we concentrate on the cloud native uh, security environments, but the cryptographic and provenance based tools are really helpful here when we are trying to architect ML SecOps based applications. So coming to the a law agnostic outcome focused framework for socio-technical AI risks. So basically govern, map, measure, and manage, and their iterative nature is what is needed for the end product that we are building. So the context identifying interdependencies between AI actors and also articulating intended purposes to mitigate the uncertainty. So my point here would be like whenever we are concentrating on the retail based peak market peak workloads, so we need to make sure that the security risks are also considered here. So coming to the pipelines, so basically the feature store training pipeline, how we register a model registry and inference clusters are built in Kubernetes with the layer of observability and healing by itself. So this is the actual end goal which we are seeing for the in the next 10 years. So we need to be agile, as agile as possible to
Sorry to
uh,
interrupt, but can
to
you
take care of this.
a bit faster?
Sorry.
So sorry to
Yeah,
interrupt, but can
I'll just conclude. There are only a couple of slides. Yeah. So yeah. So operational. The site case studies showing a 60 to 85% reduction in MTTR by taking care of the security measures and the framework that we have discussed, and a 70% reduction in the downtime. So the five principles of the trustworthy autonomous AI. Basically, so these are the five principles that pillars where we categorize the principles. And yeah, so overall, we are seeing positive results in the research. That is where actually we are heading towards in terms of the uh, retail workloads and security is concerned. So coming to the challenges, the operational challenges that we are focusing on and recommended and maturity roadmap that we are building out of it is overcoming the complexity barrier and establishing long-term AI sustainability. Uh, so the black box challenge, where hidden backdoors in deep learning models go undetected, and the present four-stage roadmap: reactive, proactive, adaptive, and autonomous operations has to go on and get matured uh, based on the challenges that we listed here. So the explainability versus the complexity, adversarial robustness, and the ethical autonomy defines basically the next 5 to 10 years of the uh, evolution. So yeah, uh, the presentation about how we are autonomously dealing with the future trustworthy AI and the ML models. Uh, yeah, that's it from the presentation. So let me know if you have any questions or
Thank you so much for that wonderful talk, sir. It was very enlightening. Any questions from the session chairs? Thank you so much. We can proceed with the next. Thank you so much.
Thanks for the opportunity. Yeah.
Moving on, we have Divya Kukreja and Shikha Kapoor with paper ID 6 with the paper title Interdisciplinary Research on Artificial Intelligence and Recruitment Challenges in the Road Ahead.
I mailed.
43, ma'am, almost. We have 11:30. We need to wind up. Try to give 5-6 minutes.
5-6 minutes. You will finish this down. No question, you know.
We'll proceed. Vice President also starting.
Divya Kukreja. Please conclude 5 minutes. Only 5 minutes I have. चल रहे होते हैं. Give me at least 6-7 minutes. Yes. Slide view कर दो. Okay. Good morning, respected panelists, and the other participants. A very good morning to all of you. This is on one of the research paper which I have written with my guide, Professor Dr. Shikha Kapoor. She is also from Amity University in AIBS, and I am a corporate research scholar, Divya Kukreja, presenter for today. So I'm already a talent acquisition professional in IT industry from past 14 years. I worked for Cafe Coffee Day, Genpact, and now with Tavant Technologies. So the topic is today on interdisciplinary research on artificial intelligence and recruitment, challenges and the road ahead. As AI is buzzing across, so is in our domain in talent acquisition, where it is quickly transforming and becoming the most essential step to follow, where agility and efficiency is important in our day-to-day task being into talent acquisition. So it is crucial to examine recruiters' experience in implementing AI-powered solutions, as prior research studies are largely focusing on technology performance and organizational outcomes only, while limited attention has been given to recruiters' lived experiences on the floor while navigating AI enabled systems. So, this research adopts a mixed method approach that blends quantitative survey and the qualitative interviews, the focus group interviews. So it will give the invaluable recruiters' experiences, practical implications for HR practitioners, policymakers, and to the AI developers, emphasizing the urgent need for ethical, inclusive, and context sensitive adoption of AI in talent acquisition. So, some keywords emerging out of this are AI, recruiters' experiences, efficiency, ethics, trust, and transparency. We have taken, like I said, mixed method approach where results will reveal the dual narrative. AI tools are widely adopted for efficiency driven tasks such as job descriptions, drafting the job JDs, application screening, with comfort strongly predicting the frequency of use. However, confidence in explaining AI outcomes
remains limited, particularly in small organizations and less experienced recruiters. Thematic analysis has also been done here, which gave the major themes of efficiency gains, biasness, transparency, and human centric values. The study overall contributes empirical evidence of the efficiency ethics gap and proposes the hybrid model for future. This is my literature review where I digged into the Scopus, Emerald, and other journals, along with some recent articles in newspapers and magazines, and also the AI Impact Summit, which is happening in Delhi. All this has been the part of such conferences, and papers have been the part of the literature review, which gave the problem statement that how do recruiters experience, interpret, and evaluate AI driven recruitment tools, and what ethical, trust, and transparency challenges are emerging in balancing technology efficiency with human centric values in talent acquisition. Why this problem matters to us in corporates? Reason being that recruiters' experiences always shape the candidate trust, and it will also shape, being AI in place now, it will also shape adoption success. And the existing studies just emphasized on performance metrics, not on the lived experiences. And the ethical urgency is also there, which demands context sensitive, transparent solutions. And then the interdisciplinary contribution to bridge the gap between the AI systems and the organizational psychology and the HR ethics. So the research objectives are to explore the lived experiences.
Can we please move to
Yes.
the research methodology
Yeah.
and the data itself?
So these are the hypotheses being formed, whether AI improving efficiency in early recruitment stages, confidence in explaining AI outcomes, fairness with the experience level of the candidate, the recruiters which are involved in the study, and the correlation with the frequency of use and the trustworthiness. Research methodology is quantitative, where 53 HR leaders, CHROs, and talent acquisition specialists were involved, and some focus group interviews happened for the talent acquisition specialist as a qualitative survey. Stratified sampling was used, where across genders, experience levels, HR roles across industries like,
To the data analysis.
yeah,
This was already shown in the introduction part.
and some variables in the instrument in my questionnaire, categorical and ordinal. These are some snapshots I took and the recent words emerging out of it. Quantitative findings are like we ran chi-square test and ANOVA. Chi-square test gave the categorical significant associations that supports our hypothesis number 4 and hypothesis number 3. That this confirms that comfort is positively associated with the frequency of use. Means recruiters who are comfortable with AI tools are more likely to use them often, and also indicates that experienced professionals, recruiters who are having more than 10 years of experience, are more likely to report bias or express skepticism about the fairness of the AI tools. So, which states that perception of fairness varies significantly as the number of years of experience increases. Another test also gave some outcomes that reveal significant differences, that recruiters in large organizations report higher confidence as compared to smaller medium firms, which supports our hypothesis number 2, that confidence in the recruiters correlates with the organizational size and the role seniority. Similarly, confirms that leadership roles like people who participated and were at leadership roles here, emphasize more on ethics. I'm sorry to interrupt, but and similarly, other regression analysis was done and correlation test that confirms positive correlation between the comfort and usage of AI tool. Negative correlation was seen in the experience versus trustworthiness of employees. Positive correlation was seen in organizational size and confidence. And again, very skeptical results were seen between the role and trustworthiness of the tools. Qualitative insights gave a couple of themes like efficiency, ethics, fairness, which supported our hypothesis number 1 and 3 that it reduced the manual task, faster screening, automation. However, still lacks transparency and compliance. Even it gave some other themes related to human centric values and confidence gap. Quotes were like empathy and cultural fitness is still a challenging, is still challenging for recruiters to analyze through AI tools. They still need human intervention and judgment, and they also lack. Recruiters want more explainability, like they want more detailed reports out of the tools. So these were the qualitative insights, and some other outcomes are there through descriptive statistics. This is the conceptual framework.
Can we skip to the conclusion now? What's the conclusion of your research?
Okay. Okay, so we adopted TAM model, TAM also here, which gives these implications that there are two stages of recruitment: early stage and later stage of recruitment. So in the early stage of recruitment, AI tools are being adopted in a strong manner. However, later stage of recruitments, adoption is still limited because of the ethical concerns and the lack of the trust among the different leaders in the talent acquisition. Hence, we need bias audits on regular intervals. We need more explainability dashboards. We need more training sessions for the recruiters so that they are equipped with the latest ongoing technology developments in the field, and need AI tools, a hybrid model which suggests that it should be more emotionally intelligent and trustworthy. So, AI for automation and the humans for ethical and relational aspects. So, these are my recommendations and conclusion of the study.
Thank you. Any questions, ma'am?
Some references here.
Question.
Yeah.
First of all, a very basic question. Nahin. First of all, I just want to give you one suggestion that you have including lots and lots of text in your presentation. Basically, it should be very precise. Your, I think 2-3 slides are like it's theory yeah, very bulky. It
Okay.
should be to the point, very precise. Otherwise, we lose interest in that. Secondly, I just want to ask you. You have mentioned about various. You just said various AI tools. Can you name few? Which you
Okay,
have
so
used?
we a lot of companies use ATS, and there are various ATS like Turbo Hire, Zwayam, Aleo, Avature. All these ATS are now incorporating a lot of AI features in that. So this is one aspect. Another aspect is that recruiters are using ChatGPT, Copilot, like could be Gemini tools or the other tools, into their to redraft their job descriptions. We are using Textio create gender neutral job descriptions. So these are the various tools being used in recruitment stages at various levels.
Another thing you have mentioned that you have used quantitative and qualitative analysis.
Right.
For quantitative, you have taken 53 people.
Yes.
So, do you think that taking only 53 people, you can create a model? You mentioned TAM model. I was not able to find any technological model. TAM model is not there. Then you mentioned you have taken qualitative research. Core is your focus group size. Then you think that on the basis of only 4 focus groups, we are able to generalize any statement? Think
Yeah.
your literature review only include paper from 2024 to 25. Where
Yes.
are the previous theories? Why they are not taken into consideration?
Okay, so basically the access to whatever access I got, I tried studying all those kind of papers. And second, to do this pilot testing on the first set of recruiters in Delhi NCR, we took the sample size of 53. I mean, we decided initially 50, so it reached to 57 overall. But yeah, we are still,
But
in a process of engaging more recruiters.
no, with 53 or 57
Yeah.
samples, you won't get an accurate data. For
Lots of focus groups. One more thing that I want to add that you have included chi-score and ANOVA. You are testing hypothesis. Chi-score and ANOVA are not used for testing hypothesis.
Yes, we actually that's in my other working notes. I didn't display here. The hypothesis testing is happening parallelly in my. Uh, uh, I'm still in process. I mean, this is my first paper, so I'm still in process of doing that. Yeah, sure.
Good topic.
Yeah.
Plenty of work needs to be done.
Sure. This is a pilot testing we do. However, I was thinking same with my guide that to increase to 100 at least, 100 more recruiters.
Has to be statistically justified.
Yeah.
Why 200 and not 150? Why 400? It has to be statistically justified. Whatever
Okay.
number you're taking into consideration, it has to be. There are tools, there are formulas, there are statistical tools to justify a number.
Sure. Okay. I'll just try the sampling strategy.
one more question. If you are taking only 200, 150, why you are using ML for that?
Using what? Sorry.
ML. Machine learning, na?
Uh-huh.
So for machine learning, you require a big database. Otherwise, it will not provide you good results. Not accurate results you'll get.
And this term, interdisciplinary research, it is a very wider term, very, very wide term. Interdisciplinary research and on AI in recruitment. This is a very, very wide term. Niche down your topic also.
Okay.
Specific tool only, specific component of recruitment only. So that then only you'll be precisely able to do that.
Sure. That's when we just involve recruiters, though, it involves candidate perspective also.
There's also a sub-component.
Mm.
Better you take only a sub-component of recruitment rather than the entire recruitment process.
Okay. You mean to say sourcing or interview feedback only, something like that. Okay. All right. Thank you for your suggestions and time. Yeah.
Please ensure that the time for presentation should be, Richa, please ensure that it should not 5 to 6 minutes, not more than that.
So, software, safety critical systems.
8. 199. Within 4 companies. Within 4 companies. Okay, then तो मेरा सहारा वाला तेरा अगर ठीक है तो वो लैंग्वेज कन्वर्ट करना है पूरा समझना पड़ता है
Good morning, everyone. I am Ajay Kumar Sharma, and good morning to panel and all other contestants. So, I am Ajay Kumar Sharma. I am presenting my paper, which is I am pursuing a PhD under the Professor T.V. Vijay Kumar of the JNU, and I am presenting my paper to predict the dropout of the students using the classification-based methods. So this is the outline of my paper, where the introduction, problem statements, and everything that are introduced. So I'm moving forward. So basically, we know that the education is a critical part for our life, and we have to go with it, and we have to obtain a lot of information on that.
You just tell to what you have done.
Okay, so basically, I started to find my problem statement as a dropout prediction as per my paper is designed. And based on that, we can develop the early warning system, which can increase the retention rate of the students. So this is a trend which I had found that after 2015, there's a no so much increase in the completion of the graduation, and then enrollment of the students is also very less. So this is a literature review which I had done right now. Means a lot of papers I've done, but I mentioned those papers only. So this is the data set I had considered. Ma'am, basically some people don't have a data sets. So I just mentioned them only which are the data. Ma'am, this is the data set I got from the Portugal. This is a university. So they collected the data set, and paper is also being published. That's why I consume this data set. Approximately, one is a target variable, ma'am. So there's a three classes defined: graduate and enrolled in the whole data set. So I do. This is a segregation you can see. This is a imbalanced data set right now. No missing values is there. No duplicacy is there. Data set is also verified. So I will mention that the data is collected from the 17 graduate degrees also. So these are all the attributes of my data sets. And the data set is completely divided into 6 categories. I have mentioned that this is the demographic, micro, academic data, first and second semester data, and the social.
Polytechnic is.
This is a Polytechnic Institute of Portugal.
How this data set can be applicable generalized, like
Sir, this is a major concern in education to me.
economic conditions, social conditions of every region differentiate.
Yes, there's a difference, sir. It's not about the every institution have a different scenarios. So this is one of my vision also, that if in future we have to do something, so we can merge the even the data of the different institutes and universities.
Change in every individual case also.
Yes, sir, definitely.
How machine learning would be able to give the early warning system which you are developing under.
Currently, it's only working for this particular institute because only that data set I had. But this is the concern because the data set is not publicly available, because due to the student data privacy issue, a lot of data sets are not available in the education domain. This is one of the major challenge I had found. So this is something where I had reached. So I explain, yeah. So this is my methodology. I basically split, there's a 3 classes. I consider only graduate and dropout for the data training purpose, and the enrolled student and for data for the final testing, what the result they will create. So I just split my data set in this part. I performed the train test. Then I implemented the feature selection as a FC-boost gain method. So which provide me a better basically features. I had selected the 10 features from that, and then I applied the SWOT for the managing the imbalancing of the data set. I implemented these models. I tried to work on.
Skip to the final data set only, and I want to see the outcome. Yeah.
Okay. So this is the experimental result of mine, where XGBoost is performing as a best model for my particular experiment. Can you move forward?
Yeah, please.
Okay. So this is the confusion matrix I had placed. which is also giving the positive results. And this is the ROC AOC curve, which I implemented. And this is the final enrolled student. The status of them are not clear, but still the SG boost, light cat boost, and support vector, random forest, that these are performing much better, but XG boost is still, I think, giving up some balance of the information. SPM is not able to perform it. So tree based result is much better as any other model. This is my understanding of.
That results are better in terms of
Means normal wrapper method or other method, another normal machine learning method, linear method.
or
Prediction of the dropout, ma'am. Predicting of the dropout.
Accuracy only, no? That is what I'm saying. Predicting accuracy.
Recall. My concern is because my concern is regarding the recall, because if
okay. Algorithms.
Ma'am saying that out of all these model names, you said SVM gives you the best result.
no
What?
XG boost.
Why you selected SG Boost? What are the advantages of SG Boost?
Basically, it's a tree-based model, so non-linear property. That's why I consume it. I consider. Ma'am, there's a lot of models. I have also tried, but I use them because all of them I cannot consider for my papers. I tried many more models also. So, move forward. Okay. So my future direction is that I can implement the multimodal ensemble method and enhance the expandable, explainable AI and multi-distributed cross-computing platform. If I can do, and integration of psychological data which is not present in the current data set. So as this is my conclusion, we had already discussed the average boost is performance right now, and I already discussed that thing, that XG boost, and
Perfect.
this is all reference.
Thank you. And
Okay. Thank you so much, sir.
next, please.
Next up, we have Krishna Padda Model, Abu Sulman, Sharif Hussain, and Muhammad Karibul Islam, who paper titled A Novel Hybrid Nature Inspired Optimizer based on Harris Hawks and Artificial Learning Algorithm for Solving Engineering Problems.
Hello,
Yeah,
am I audible?
yes, you're audible. Switch on your camera and we can start with the presentation.
Okay, sir.
Just to conclude within 5 minutes, we are running already late. Requesting you to kindly conclude within 5 minutes.
Okay, sir, thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Krishna Padamondol. I am from Bangladesh. Currently, I am working as a lecturer at EEE Department, UITC University, Dhaka, Bangladesh. Our research title, a novel hybrid nature-inspired optimizer based on Harris Hawks and artificial learning algorithm for solving engineering problem. Contents. Objective of the proposed work, literature works, research methodologies and working procedures, qualitative exploration, exploitation, population diversity analysis, results and simulation, conclusion and future work. References. The objective of the research is to develop a novel hybrid algorithm that effectively balance exploration and exploitation of solving complex optimization problem. Existing optimization algorithm can suffer premature convergence and improper balance of exploration exploitation phase of any algorithm. To overcome this problem, in this study, we first time develop a novel hybrid algorithm that ensures an effective balance and exploitation phases. Here is the working procedure of our proposed work. Our proposed work we have applied in welded beam design problem and pressure vessel design problem. Our main objective to how to minimize the manufacturing cost of this design problem. We have also tested CEC 2020 2022 benchmark dataset, and we have also tested Wilcox zone rank test, fragment rank test. From this analysis, we can conclude that our proposed algorithm always better than existing algorithm. To create and put an action of hybrid Harry-Shocks optimizer with artificial lemming algorithm to access Harry-Shocks hybrid Harry-Shocks optimizer with artificial lemming algorithm performance standard benchmark dataset IEEE Congress Evolutionary Competition 2020 and Congress Evolutionary Competition 2022 test suite. We have applied solve this different engineering problems such as pressure vessel and welded beam design problem. Related to work, there exist several studies in the literature that addresses benchmark function optimizing various algorithm. M.J. Nasser pointed out a way to classify and examine benchmark function. However, this paper lacks of experimental validation and proposed test function, making it difficult to validate the practical effectiveness. M. Mondol wrote a paper that does not talk about how to tune parameter and do sensitivity analysis. That is the main problem of this paper. Research methodology, hybrid Harry-Shocks optimization algorithm. Any optimization algorithm makes explosion phase and exploitation phase. In this algorithm, Harry-Shocks can detect prey with their powerful eyes, but occasionally prey cannot seen easily, and Harry-Shocks randomly parts in some location. There exists two probability when Q value is smaller 0.5, Harry-Shocks is still setting other species so that they can attack rabbit and according to their position. When Q value is greater or equal 0.5, Harry-Shocks like the top position and so that they attack the prey easily. Transition phase, and actually explosion phases to exploitation phase, they are totally different on transition energy. Here is our flow chart of Harry-Shocks optimization algorithm. Artificial lemming algorithm.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Skip to your data set. I want to see the data only now.
Okay, sir. Here we have tested a qualitative analysis of our proposed algorithm. Exploitation phase, we have also tested our proposed algorithm, population diversity. Here we have used IEEE CEC 2020 test suite benchmark dataset. Here is our statistical analysis of our proposed algorithm with IEEE CEC 2020 test function. Here CEC one function, here we can see that our proposed algorithm gives rank 1. We have also seen that however, to further validate this from the table, we can observe that the proposed algorithm has rank 1. However, to further validate this result, we perform statistical tests along the convergence and box plot analysis.
Krishna, conclude now.
Okay, sir. Here we'll go on rank test and fragment rank test. Application of Harry-Shocks optimization algorithm in engineering problem. We have applied pressure vessel design problem. From this test, our pressure vessel design problem, our main target to minimize the manufacturing cost of the pressure vessel design. From this table, we can see that our proposed algorithm gives the optimal cost value than other previous studies or published paper. We have also welded beam design problem. Our main target to how to reduce the cost, lowest possible cost. From the table, we can see that our proposed algorithm gives better result than the previous studies or published paper.
Skip to your conclusion. Conclude.
This paper proposed a novel hybrid Nasser's for optimization algorithm that integrates the exploration capability of Harry-Shocks with exploitation strength of artificial lemming algorithm. The main objective to hybridization was to enhance balance between global search and local refinement, avoiding premature convergence. Statistical comparison and convergence characteristics validate robustness analysis efficacy proposed optimizer. The hybrid Harry-Shocks optimizer with artificial lemming algorithm can be considered to competitive and reliable optimization tool for complex nonlinear engineering design problem. Here are the references.
Any questions, ma'am?
Okay, what's your objective function? Have you mathematically written the objective function? Like you are minimizing the cost?
Yeah, yes, sir.
In mathematically, what is the objective function? And how many variables, how many decision variables you have taken in that?
Yeah, four decision variables.
Four decision variables.
Four decision variables for pressure vessel design problem.
Okay. And what is the constraint? You are taking the constraint problem? Mathematically,
Here seven constraint problems. Z1, Z1 to Z7.
okay. Okay. And do you discuss about the concavity and the convexity of the function?
Yes, sir. In the main manuscript, I have explained this.
Okay. Okay. In your slides, we cannot see actually. That is the thing.
Priyanka ma'am, any questions? Thank you so much, Krishna.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. We can proceed with the next presentation.
Next up, we have Rutupan Anil Pandey and S. Drajan, 23, with the paper title An Imperiling Analysis on Association of Human AI Interaction and Project Outcomes Through the Lens of Organizations' Dynamic Capabilities.
Very good morning, everyone. Can I share my screen?
Yes, ma'am, sure.
Yeah, thank you so much. I thank the organizing committee to let me, present my paper. This is, just give me a second. I'm putting my slides on the presentation mode. Please let me know if it is there.
It's there.
Yeah. So the paper is based on the topic, an empirical analysis on association of human AI interaction and project outcomes through the lens of organization dynamic capabilities. Let me give you a brief background on this. We all know that AI has become an essential part of our life, be it very small aspect or organization or research. And from last 2 years, we have seen a surge of use of AI. Whether it is researchers, student, teachers, or business. So let me give you some data on this. So India's AI market is expected to grow rapidly and may cross about $17 billion by 2027. So this is the size of the market, and this is as per the Boston Consulting Group. Also, India is already having a huge pool of talent with AI skills equipped with them, and it's like 6 lakhs AI professionals already going on there. Now, since AI is part of all the aspects in our life, project management, specifically software project management, would be one of the pioneers to employ AI in their work. And if you go back to the Standish Chaos report every year, you will find that earlier we worked in traditional models of uh, a waterfall model of software project management. Then agile came into basis, and then there are BI projects, and now AI is coming up. So every time this new technology is getting augmented into the way the software projects run and increase their optimization and the success outcome parameters. But still, you would find that the percentage of success is not that good.
Can you please come to your work?
Yeah, I'm coming. Is my slide still visible? Yeah, I'll come to my work. So the main emphasis is that, is AI only beneficial, or we need to focus on AI, human interaction, and organization capabilities too? How the organization is able to adapt to the new opportunities and challenges. So this is the theoretical significant, where empirically we have conceptualized AI interaction as well as dynamic capabilities, and how it will be significant in terms of its outcome is that it will help Indian IT firms translate AI adoption in projects into measurable project success, guide managers beyond their technology centric AI strategies, and provide empirical insights into Indian software project management industry. These are the two broader objectives. How do human AI interaction factors influence success of the projects? How do organizational dynamic capabilities interact with human AI? And that finally leads to the project outcome.
Can we
These
request
are the
please
10
skip?
hypotheses. I would come to my diagram so that it is more clear to you. So we applied PLSM. This is our broad model. So what we are saying is that human AI interaction and the dynamic capabilities uh, strongly influence the outcome of the project, which is measured through the success parameters. And these are our various input variables for the both the dimensions. So I'm going back to what my hypotheses are saying. So on the basis of these subconstructs, we are suggesting 10 hypotheses. Now we send out survey forms to collect the cross-sectional data to 600 people in the software industry who are either in the process of adopting AI to like 50% or they have already started using it. So our standard list of contact came from the NASCOM list of companies, and we rolled out our survey forms to 600 respondents. We got around 384 participants who filled up the form, and then finally 337 were used. Now, since the data was not perfect normal, so we adopted PLSM, and for analyzing data, we used VAR PLS. Uh, and we applied this yes, sir.
Can we skip to the conclusion, please?
Yeah, sure. So the conclusion shows that all the hypotheses are valid, and we need to consider both human AI interaction and dynamic capabilities for the enhanced success. And if you want, I'll just show you my snapshot of the data. This is the demographic data. These are the results of the construct validity and other parameters that are important for the PLSM. And
Thank you very much.
these are my future results. Thank you. If you have any questions.
Very wonderful presentation. Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you. I'm stop sharing.
Yeah, please. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Moving on to our next presenter, we have M. Venkatesh, Michael, and Anup Mohan Kumar. Paper ID 47, paper title An Intelligent Hybrid AI Framework for Real-Time Financial Fraud Detection.
Before starting, I just want to inform you that you have only 5 minutes with you. So come to your work, and conclusion. Your
We
results.
just need to know two things: your research methodology and your conclusion. That's it.
Thank you, sir. I present my paper. I share my screen. Yeah, I'm sharing it. Yeah, are you able to see my screen, right?
Yeah, it's visible.
Thank you, sir. Yeah. This research paper, I just give you that. This is a research paper which is try to find out the fraud detection. We are involved into the AI into this one. So current AI models are black box. It is not showing what is happening. So our project, our research product is it's a symbolic AI we will introduce into that. So it will help us try to explain that one. What is the error which causes that error?
I want to see the research methodology.
Yes, sir. Yeah, this is the problem definition for our this one, sir.
The research methodology. What is your RM?
Yeah. So you are asking about this one, sir.
What was your approach? You have identified a problem. What's your approach to solve that problem? What was your research methodology?
Yeah, sure. I got you. So we are going to use the neural learning component for this one. So here we are going to use the gradient boosting and neural network based classifier. Already lot of other AIs are there. Here to resolve that one, we will going to use the neural learning components. So this will handles the non-linear patterns and transaction data, and the class imbalance addressed using the weighted last one, and outputs probably the score of for the first one. So
What is the outcome?
Yeah.
What is the conclusion? What is the outcome?
Yeah, outcome. Yeah.
Yes.
So this is our outcome, sir. So currently, as of now, this is it will, for different algorithms they are using that. We are going to combine multiple algorithms, and finally we will predict this output. We will get this. Currently, these are the rule-based algorithms are there. It is producing this much of output, and we are going to combine these things, and we are going to achieve this. This is that we are predicted, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Any questions, session chairs?
No, thank you.
That's a wonderful presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Now we'd like to invite the next presentation. Aman Singh, Yuvraj Pradhan, Ramchandra V. Purji, and Devajyoti Mukhopadhyay with paper ID 53, paper title Lightweight Small Language Model for Low Resource Devices.
Stoke in the downward trail, then it will just
So you guys in the meantime 5 minutes.
मिल कर दी मिल
2 minutes.
यही है पिपड़ी यही
अगर डाउनलोड हो रहा है
it is downloaded. I just need to share it full copy.
Yuvraj, where are you from?
Pune,
Which institute?
MIT.
Okay.
What is your problem?
We are solving the issue of small language model hosting in low resource devices.
Okay.
That is the title.
So yeah, basically, as we all know that the need for GPUs is very high. So I'll just tell the background of why this research problem is there. So as a student, I often need to have a curated playlist for my subjects which I need to appear in the exams. Okay. So while I go to ChatGPT, it often forget the context. I can just explain it.
Yeah. That would be even better.
It's better, huh?
Okay, so yeah, I face the issue that I don't have a curated playlist or questions of my syllabus, and I can't prepare it according to my wish. So I thought, why not have a small language model which I can host in my laptop only and read it or ask questions about it. So then I backtracked it to the smallest language model which was available and viably good to produce answers. So the sweet spot I got is 125 million parameters. Then I took my college syllabus, my own college syllabus of AI and machine learning. Then trained it according to the training process. I'll just show that. Yeah, these are some of the drawbacks which the current models have. For suppose massive LLMs, they cannot be run in your laptops. You don't know what is in the data set. And then compressed models, you don't know which things are compressed. For suppose the learning may be compressed. For suppose the logics may be compressed. So I thought, why not make something for you, for the students, for the universities, and for the faculties who need to teach the students according to their syllabus. So yeah, these are the core things. Like this is the process, the input. These are the basic processes in a small language model. So we'll just skip that. Yeah, this is the strong thing. So I used a data set which is known as Cosmopedia, which is the most widely used open source data set on machine learning, AI, and computer science related things. So with this, there's a process called knowledge distillation. So you cannot train your whole small language model with a specific data set. It will often lose your context. So you need to take a large language model and distill it, means take some knowledge and make it as a teacher and explain the small language model with that. So in this process, we use 30 million tokens.
Can we see model? Can we skip to the model?
Yeah, okay. This is the comparison with the other models. So there are some key components. For suppose a distilled GPT-2, it is 82 million parameter model. You can see the throughput is 138 tokens per second. Okay. So, and while the size increases, just look at the phi2. It is 2.7 million parameter model.
How you define throughput?
The tokens which you are getting while getting the output. For suppose I gave a output and the number of tokens which it is producing per second.
That is throughput.
Token throughput, ma'am.
Okay.
Okay.
And how you define accuracy?
It is according to the data set in my research. You can also attribute it to the context which you are getting it. So,
You give me a mathematical formula for that.
sorry, ma'am.
Mathematical formula for accuracy, for calculating accuracy.
Sorry, ma'am.
No?
No.
So there are numbers. How
Yes,
you
ma'am.
came to for this
Yeah,
number?
okay.
How you have generated that?
I tested it in my system.
I've entered some expression.
Yes, the questions which were in my data set only, which I set. Okay, so these are the results of my the small language model which I proposed in the research.
Okay.
Conclusion.
Yeah, so the conclusion is if you curate a data set according to your wish or your requirements, it can outperform the large language models which are like widely with context size. So that is my.
Okay. Thank you so much. Very good.
Thank you.
Very nice.
Thank you. Now we'd like to move on to our next presenter. I would like to invite Balaji V, Nityapriya S, and Bhuma Devi A for paper ID 67, paper title Agile Ambulance Management System, a low code approach for multi speciality hospital. Do we have the presenter in the meet?
Paper ID 67.
Yes, 67, are you there? V Balaji? Nitya Priya? Skip to the next one.
So we'd like to move on to the next presenter, Saurav TV.
TV Vijay. You are TV Vijay.
Please.
Saurav and TV Vijay Kumar for paper ID 71, paper title Predicting COVID-19 using classification based machine learning.
In the meantime, I just want to know why COVID-19, why still COVID-19? बहुत पुराना टॉपिक नहीं हो गया? TV Vijay,
Yes, ma'am.
I'm asking you.
Ma'am, COVID-19 is still relevant because it has caused a high number of mortality in the previous 2-3 years, and in the upcoming years, it will benefit us to make strategies to mitigate the impacts of further pandemics, which are
Instead of mentioning predicting COVID, you should have mentioned predicting pandemic, because COVID is over. Another pandemic can hit us.
But,
so instead of identifying,
no,
yeah, the parameters would be different, the implications would be different.
And at that time, we have, I think, thousands of paper with same title.
same title.
Yeah.
Okay, but ma'am, COVID-19 is still relevant because
ये एक because my students, they were doing some course from, I think, Coursera or something. They did the same 2 years back.
But my data set is published in 2025, and I have worked on that particular data set. But my problem is new because I am predicting the COVID-19 from routine blood samples, not from the traditional data sets available.
And from where you got that data set?
I acquired the data set from it is published from VIT, Vellore. It is taken from a private hospital in Thoothukudi, Tamil Nadu, India.
So you are from VIT.
No, I am from JNU, but that
What
paper
is the
published.
what is the size of the data set?
The size it contains around 2,000 samples of COVID-19 positive and negative patients, and with clinical information such as age.
Data set is of 2025.
Data set is published in 2025.
And the data set belongs to which year? 25 only.
25 only. Yeah.
So there's no relevance of COVID-19 in 25.
No, but the study has been done earlier, and the data set has been published in 2025.
That is what I'm asking. The data set it belongs to which year?
2023.
23. Irrelevant. It could not be.
हाँ नहीं था कोविड तो नहीं था at
No,
that time.
but मैम कोविड नहीं था, but क्या हुआ कि this data set is published in published in a journal.
I'll one request to you. Kindly rethink your topic.
Okay.
Because instead of focusing on only COVID-19, instead of use terms like pandemic, so that use machine learning to predict any form of pandemic instead of only COVID-19.
That is what I'm trying to work in the future. But currently, I'm working on the tabular data sets of COVID-19 so that I can gain.
What is the conclusion of your study?
Conclusion of my study is that I have used machine learning models such as logistic regression, SVM, KNN, random extra trees, and extra trees gained around 99.75% accuracy and surpassed the baseline studies and have gained 100% of AUC ROC score as the data set is
Positive or false negative in your result? False positive and negative.
false positive that I will be showing through confusion matrix. The extra trees confusion matrix. This is my best model, and false positives are 0 and false positive are 195. No, false positive are 0 and false negative are 1. And with higher number.
What is this 0 and 1?
0 is basically false positive means a person is COVID-19 positive and is predicted as negative. So it will be a false positive.
मतलब तुम्हारा बिल्कुल 100% accurate है.
Because the data set is quite balanced. Because number of I will show 990. The total number of COVID-19 positives are 1,000 and total number of COVID-19 negatives are 1,000. So after
how you can have such a well-distributed data set, it's impossible.
It's published, sir. It's published. Yes, it is published. It is sourced from GitHub.
What would be the outcome of this research paper?
Okay, that I will tell you. Basically, I have used this much this much of ML models and tried to predict accuracy, precision, recall, F1 score, Matthews correlation coefficient, and Cohen's kappa. And extra trees model predicted the best with this much of accuracy, precision, recall, F1 score, and kappa is basically a metric which is used to represent correlated values.
What are the parameters under which this kappa analyzes? On what parameters kappa analyzes?
Kappa analyze basically true. Basically, it works on the true positive, true negatives, false positive, false negative.
That is the outcomes. I'm asking you parameters. On what parameters kappa evaluates?
That I'm not able to recall right.
So you need to study more.
Oh, okay, ma'am.
Chalit, thank you so much. Next presentation, please.
Thank you. Now we'd like to invite Satish Tawande, Varghese Manapali Joy, Saeed Muhammad Rizwan, and Ahmed Hassan Al-Bulushi with paper ID 26, paper title AI-based modeling for fault diagnosis of power transformers and edge compute cloud approach for industrial condition monitoring applications.
Paper ID 26.
Yes, let me just share my window.
Okay.
Sir, one humble request. We are already running a little late as per our.
Yes, I know. It will be hardly 10 minutes.
Yes.
Fine. Are you able to see my screen?
Only 4 minutes. 10 minutes. We have.
Or
Yeah, 4 minutes.
okay. Okay.
Technology.
Is the screen available right now? Can you see my screen?
Yeah, it's pretty much visible, and you can just skip to methodology and conclusion.
Yes. I'll just go through the core work only. So I hope this screen is available. I'll start my presentation. The topic for my presentation is artificial intelligence based modeling for fault diagnosis of power transformers. And we have used Edge Cloud collaborative approach for condition monitoring. This work is a sponsored work. Actually, we had a research project, Advanced Transformer Condition Monitoring, and the Ministry of Higher Education and Research Innovation in Sultanate Oman sponsored this research. We are really grateful, and I would put it on record, our acknowledgements. The importance of transformer condition monitoring is well known to all of us. Early detection of faults, improvement in safety of people, and increasing the lifespan of the transformer. Now, there are 5 different main techniques of transformer condition monitoring. One is called visual inspection. Another is partial discharge. Then breakdown voltage tests.
Satish, can you hear me?
Yes.
Please skip to your research methodology.
Yes.
Skip to research.
I will manage it in 5 minutes. Don't worry. Okay. Is it fine?
Yes.
Please go ahead.
Yeah. So the thermography method, which is the main method which we have used for transformer condition monitoring, and we used Edge Cloud collaborative technique. The typical thermal images of a power transformer can be seen like this. There are different categories of the health of the transformer depending on the temperature rise on the surface of the transformer. So we have used this kind of thermal images using FLIR thermal imaging camera. The thermography criteria, there are 4 criteria in which I can classify the health of the transformer. The one is possible defect, the next is probable defect, then the defect and the major defect. That depends upon the range of the temperature. If the temperature is up to 10 degree above the ambient, then it is in the first category. Then 11 to 20 degrees, second category. 21 to 40 degree, third category. And more than 40 degree above ambient, then it is the last category, which is major defect. So the main aim is to use AI technique to analyze the thermal image and put the transformer into one of these 4 categories. So this was a case study in Sultanate of Oman. We used Edge Cloud collaborative framework. I'll just give a 30 seconds for Edge Cloud. What is Edge Cloud? Edge device is a kind of microcontroller, powerful microcontroller, which can be employed in the substation itself. The transformers are located in the substation. We use the cameras in the substation. We use the Edge device in the substation itself, so that the cloud.
Please listen to the session chairs also. They are asking you questions and you're not responding. Please respect the session chair.
Yeah. What is the question?
Okay, how many layers are there in Edge?
Edge is a device, madam.
Oh, Edge is.
It's a microcontroller device.
No, it is not. No.
And we are deploying the vision transformer and efficient net model into the Edge device.
I am working on edge computing.
Yeah.
Talking about
Yeah.
It's not a device. Cloud is one of the layer of Edge.
Madam, Edge, I will just take you to the last slide. It's a NVIDIA Jetson Nano device. It's a Edge device. It's a kind of microcontroller in which we have deployed the AI model. So our dependency on the network bandwidth is tremendously reduced because computing is done on Edge.
If a session chair is giving a feedback, please take it in a positive way rather than arguing on that.
Yeah.
They are senior professors.
Yes.
The session chair. I'm repeating this again.
Yes.
You just go through the text again. Your research.
Yes, madam, you were asking about the number of layers, right? In the efficient net, actually, we use 90 layers. 90.
Okay.
Yes.
20 layers.
Yes.
Satish, conclude. In 2 lines, conclude your research. And there's a lot of improvement is required in your research. I request you to kindly work on it and
You haven't, let me be very humble to say that you haven't gone through my concepts and you are possibly recommending improvements. This is not fair.
your concepts, and we asked you some questions and which were not clearly answered by you. That is why we are asking you to kindly improve.
Yeah, efficient. I answered efficient net. You employ CNN. In CNN, there are 90 layers.
Conclude. Please conclude.
Yeah. Yeah, this proposed system, which is mentioned in the paper that is presented and submitted, that uses edge cloud collaborative architecture, where it efficiently balances the real-time performance with the scalability, because all the inferencing is done in the edge device locally, and the inferences are passed on to the cloud for the further analysis and further improvements. Then computing resource optimization, basically execution of the fault detection is there on the edge device, and it assigns more resource intensive tasks such as long-term analysis and model retraining in the cloud. So cloud doesn't interfere in the inferencing. Then the cloud layer actually augments the system by facilitating continuous learning abilities. Then the higher inference period required for vision transformer model, which is around 140 milliseconds as compared to the efficient net, which is 120 milliseconds. Although it requires 25 milliseconds more for inferencing, putting the transformer into a particular class, but the enhancement in the detection performance actually justifies it. The proposed edge cloud integration approach will enhance the transformer fault diagnosis, and it lays a nice groundwork for the wider implementation of AI-driven prediction maintenance in the industrial power systems. That's what I wanted to conclude finally. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Satish. Thank you. Thank you.
Neha, are you there? Paper ID 83, Neha, Pooja, Mandhir, Achal.
Paper ID 83.
Yes, ma'am, I'm there.
Okay, please.
Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes,
Yes.
you are.
Yes, ma'am. I'm just going to share my screen.
Requesting you to please switch on your camera also.
Yes, yes, sir. Wait for a second. Wait for a second. Am I visible, sir?
Yes. You can please.
Okay, sir. Let me share my screen. Wait for a second. Screen. Sir, can you see my screen?
It's not visible. PPT is not visible.
It's not yet visible in process, I guess.
Oh, wait for a second, sir.
I'm requesting you to reshare it.
Sir, I'm resharing it. Entire screen.
In the meanwhile, I request the next presenters to please get their PPTs upload on the system.
So, can you see now?
Yeah.
Okay, sir. Sir, slideshow. Good morning, everyone. Myself, Neha Luthra. I'm from GNA University. And today my research topic title is A Systems-Based Approach to Enhancing AI-Driven Recommender Systems in Higher Education. And basically, this study performs a bibliometric and science mapping analysis of AI-driven recommender systems in higher education over a 23-year period. And the most prior research focuses on improving algorithm accuracy, but this study shifts the focus towards systematic integration, governance, and structural maturity.
Ma'am, what were the filters you put in for bibliometric analysis, and what was your data source for bibliometric?
And that data sources, sir, Scopus. Sir, I have used it because it's reliable, and moreover, 413 publications are there.
What filters you have implemented for your bibliometric review?
Sir, before bibliometric review, I have used that WASPware and bibliometric.
Filters you put in bibliometric review, like what was the scope you defined, what region you defined, what subject area you defined.
Subject area, sir.
Your keywords.
The keywords. Okay, okay, ma'am. Okay, I'll go to this. Oh, I don't know. Wait for a second, ma'am. It goes back. Um, it's a descriptive course. Structural course. Sir. So my keywords are recommender system, students, machine learning, AI.
This keywords you are able to identify, and you have given certain inputs to the system that these are my scope, and on the basis of that scope please define the database for me. So that is the outcome. I am asking you the inputs. Okay, leave aside, just give me the conclusion. Why there is a need of bibliometric analysis on this specific keywords?
So to develop an AI-based adaptive learning recommender system so that accuracy of learning recommendations can be improved using different algorithms, and students can be more engaged and their academic performance can be known properly, and moreover to integration of learner with all the AI concepts going on.
Are you able to achieve that?
Ma'am, I'll try.
Identify that.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Charlie, good work, Ms. Neha.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Next, please, Krishna Joshi and his team. डाउनलोड तो हो 2 minutes. See, straight away research methodology conclusion.
In the meantime, tell me the full form of FMCG.
Fast moving consumer.
Chalo, very good.
Good.
Yes. अच्छा चलो बताओ, what is the purpose of this research and what is your outcome?
So basically this research is about that whether the consumers like to watch or see the AI ads or the traditional that nostalgia ads, because in today's world there are more AI ads being made, like fake ads are also there, but from the
You are doing a comparative analysis between non-AI ads and AI ads. This is what you're doing and checking the consumer perception on that.
What are your outcomes?
To basically see whether the consumers are influenced by
AI ads.
हाँ बताओ ना. Outcome क्या हुआ?
What is the outcome? Like how consumers are perceiving the AI ads?
So basically we did a regression statistics there, and we found that the people are more concerned about the creativity when they talk about the AI ads. They don't think about the trust or like privacy concerns. This we actually did by Ronald A. Fisher. There was an author whose book was their statistical methods for research workers. There was a meaningful insight that he said that p-value, when the possibility or the probability value was less than 0.05, this means that the findings were unlikely to be due to random chances, and that's a confirmed thing. So when
any past theory you have included on consumer perception? Any past theory? There are plenty of past theories are there on consumer perception, measuring consumer perception. There are plenty of identified variables. Have you included any of them?
Yes, sir. We have included the R-square.
R-square is not a theory; it's a statistical tool. Any theory you have considered?
Just a second, sir. So we have included the theory of trust, emotional connections, creativity, and for the dependent variable, we have included the purchase intentions also.
Perfect. So what is the conclusion? Given 2 lines, give me the conclusion.
Sir, the conclusion is that the trust and emotional connections were found to have a limited effect on buying decisions, and the findings indicate that creativity is the most important factor here, which influences the consumer purchase intentions as AI-based advertisements.
Very good presentation. Any questions from your side, ma'am? Rinka ma'am?
Very nice presentation.
Good presentation, guys. Good work. Keep it up and get it published. Okay? Charlie, thank you so much.
Sir. Thank you so much, ma'am. You can do it.
Thank you so much for the wonderful presentation. We would like to now closing up the session and requesting the MCs to take over.
That is the identity. खट्टा बच्चों के तो बस it's a source of making money. No? It's source of
Thank you so much, everyone. Now I would request Dr. Krishna Mohan sir to felicitate our session chairs, Dr. Priyanka Vasis, Dr. Divya Agarwal, and Dr. Ravneet Singh Mandari.
कौशल कुमार ही कहाँ है? अच्छा Morning, everyone. Welcome to day 3 of the sessions. We're pleased to have a session chairs with us today and look forward to a productive set of discussions. First up, we have Dr. Kaushal Kumar. Dr. Kaushal Kumar is an assistant professor in the Department of Operational Research, University of Delhi, and completed his PhD from the Faculty of Management Studies, University of Delhi in 2021. His research focuses on healthcare analytics, optimization modeling, routing decisions, and sustainable supply chain management. He has published research papers in reputed international journals and has delivered invited talks at conferences organized by ORSI, IITs, IISE, and JNU. He is recipient of the Professor B.G. Raghavendra Award for Best Doctoral Thesis and the Best Early Career Research Paper Award, and is a lifetime member of the Research Society of India.
We have Dr. Gaurav Mishra with us. Dr. Gaurav Mishra is an academic leader with over 18 years of experience in education and administration. He currently serves as the Chief Proctor of Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, Greater Noida campus, and head of institution at Amity Polytechnic. He holds a PhD in mathematics from Amity University, along with an MTech in computer science and integrated MSc in mathematics and computer science. He has held several academic and administrative roles and has published research papers in international journals and conferences. He has also authored 2 books for CUET examination. His research interests include machine learning, data analytics, software reliability, and mathematical modeling. Dr. Mishra actively participates in international conferences and serves as session chair, contributing significantly to academic and institutional development. Dr. Uma Shankar Samal. Dr. Uma Shankar graduated with a master's degree in mathematics in 2019 from Sant Lagoval Institute of Engineering and Technology, India. He has done his PhD from Atal Bihari Vajpayee, Indian Institute of Information Technology and Management, Gwalior, India. His research interests include safety, quality, and reliability engineering. Currently, he is an assistant professor in the Department of Mathematics, GLA University, Mathura, India. We welcome you all, and now we'd like to move on with the speakers.
First up, we have Vivek Ghatala from Amazon Web Series from Jersey City, NG, USA. Vivek Ghatala is a senior software development engineer at AWS, specializes in building production-grade agentic AI systems for financial planning. He leads the development of high-accuracy, scalable applications that automate complex processes for over $100 billion in annual data center capital expenditure. We welcome you, sir.
Thank you very much. Yep. Let me start sharing my screen quickly and then I can give a quick session. Okay. Thank you, everyone. So here I am today going to give a very quick session on what exactly an agentic AI use case is, what are the workflows, how different enterprises are adopting it, and the practical implementation, and then the learnings behind it. So at a high level, right, agentic AI is more of a pattern, and agents are their building blocks. So agentic AI is more like a mechanism or a pattern, while agents are the building blocks. And why exactly and how it's different from the regular LLMs or the generative AI is, the generative AI focuses on a specific set of inputs, and based on that inputs and the context that it has, it generates a new set of tokens, and that's why it's termed as a generative AI. On the other hand, agents basically have access to more real-time data, so that it can have access to real-time data, more tools. So, if I give an example of a weather app, right? So if you ask like what will be the weather today and should I go out or not, LLM would not know any real-time information about the weather, but agents would be able to handle that query more efficiently because it will be able to have an API access to pull the real-time weather data, and that's where you are providing more capabilities to the existing agent, to the existing LLM in order to get the right output that the users intends. And the key differentiating factor for that agentic AI is the multi-step reasoning and planning. So whenever a regular task is AI, the agents basically would divide that task into multiple steps, go through a very detailed reasoning step on into figure it out, like in order to accomplish that subtask 1, subtask 2 or 3, what additional information I need. It will invoke those additional extra tool access in order to figure out the missing details so that the right output can be generated. And the workflow orchestration is another thing. In addition, there are like a couple of enhancements which are typically available with agentic AI, which is more like memory, personalization, and feedback loops, so that we keep improving as the use case. And this is like a very high level example, like if there is a supervisor agent and then there are like multiple sub agents. So this supervisor agent is responsible for the orchestration and the planning, while the worker agents over here, the sub agents, they are more specialized and they are specific for a particular domain task. If I give one example, like let's say we are asked to develop some new code, then there would be a developer agent who would be writing the code. There could be another code reviewer, which would be responsible for reviewing the code written by the agent one. It does like multiple to and fro conversations between agent one and agent two. The communications could be via different protocols. It could be MCP or it could be agent to agent. And depending on that, the output is finally handed back to supervisor agent, and supervisor agent returns back the user query. How AWS is currently dealing with this pattern is that we have a use case of AWS building the data centers worldwide, and then the yearly capex is around $100 billion, where the racks are constantly landing. Every month there are around 15,000 racks landing, and this racks, before actually they lands in the data center, someone needs to plan for it. The budget needs to be approved, and this planning is usually happening in around like 18 months in advance. So this is what the planning is. Now, when the rack lands, that's when the planning is converted into the actual use case. So our finance and accounting users, they have a constant use case of doing a variance analysis between the plan versus the actuals, and also figure it out, okay, what is the profitability of a particular rack is, what is the service, how much power it's consuming. So that's where the agentic flow is being used. I'll forward a link as well. So there is a very featured article that was featured in Wall Street Journal, and that covers the entire use case. The technical architecture that we follow is like the agentic flow is deployed on an agent code runtime. So agent code runtime is more of a platform that hosts the serverless agents, and then the framework used is like Strands, but people are free to use like LangGraph, LangChain as well. And the key building blocks are agent instructions. The agent instructions are more like personas, like what type of persona, what is the system prompt, what is the user query that the agent is supposed to respond, what are the guardrails, policies. So those are typically enforced here. The local tools is what gives steroids basically to the agent, so that you have access to different tools to fetch more real-time information based on the access. And context is like based on the user query. If you need additional information, like let's say what is AWS, so what is the full form of AWS? So it might not be there in the context. It might not be there in the instruction. So as and when user query comes, it pulls like additional details from that context. This context can be provided as part of the instruction, but the best practice should be there should be a knowledge base, and the knowledge base should have a data ingestion of different knowledge information. It could be coming from the work docs, it could be coming from the Quip or wikis, meeting notes, and that can be feed. The another key thing I would like to highlight over here is that the gateway, that's where you can convert the API gateways, the API service, and you can connect it with the agents. The browser is where it gets the real time. If you have a use case of more like a Selenium, you want to open the links which are not accessible via API, the browser will give you that capability. And code interpreter is like pretty interesting. The reason is that it gives you a sandbox environment. Now, when you are dealing with like petabyte scale of data, the agent won't be able to load in the memory because you will run out of token. So that's where the agent would author a Python script. The Python script would load the data, will operate it, generate a summary out of it, and only the summary or the Python analysis gets forwarded to the LLM. So that's where you get that ability to handle like large volume of data. And agent core identity is where the authentication and authorization is handled between machine to machine, and it also user and the agent. Observability and memory is where you will track each and every interaction to see how the reasoning, what are the multiple steps that the agent is taking along the way. And some key learnings, I would say, like for when we started, we focused on more like a repetitive task, but that is not probably the right. The solutioning was that instead of focusing on the repetitive tasks should be more handled via script rather than forwarding to LLMs where the outputs are not deterministic. So you focus on use cases where you need to have a multi-step decision making, but it should not be more like a strategic. So you don't want AI to come up with a very innovative solution. When you have a very clear set of task responsibilities and you want to go with a decision tree based of logic, that's where AI basically excels, and you get much more valuable output for the users, and you are able to deterministically get the output. And on the implementation side, some of the challenges that we faced was like the context engineering. As you put more and more context to the AI, the output accuracy decreases simultaneously. So there were like some controls, like how do you make sure or what is the right amount of context? And whenever you start seeing the degraded performance, the extra information or extra context, which is not needed in each and every invocation, should be offloaded to the knowledge base, and agent can pull only as and when required. In order to scale, some automated agent evaluation was put in, and then the responsibility is more like a unit test or integration test over here. So when the changes are made, the evaluation would trigger the user queries. It will get the output and try to see whether this output is matching with the ground truth response what the user was expecting. So this is more like a simulated run. So in order to scale, some kind of evaluations and simulations are needed so that we don't do trial and error on our users, whether you do trial and error and testing in the lower environments rather than in the production environments. The another challenge was on the prompt farm. During our testing, we got really good results, but when our users started interacting it, they typically face problems getting the right output. The problem was the prompt itself, where the prompt did not have enough detail for that agent to figure it out what the exact task needs to perform. So to alleviate that problem, and we don't want to educate each and every finance or accounting user with the prompt engineering. So we just came up with a concept of having a prompt library. So when you ask, it typically provides a suggestion, like these are the following questions, and user has the ability of click that context. So it refers to that question, like, are you asking similar type of question with all these details? So it gives you some templates basically. And then observability is where like we were trying to figure it out, like which users are getting good inputs, which users are not getting good outputs. We track with them, and then we try to see what where AI is struggling. So this is where we get the focus areas, and then the feedback loop is like that. So this is what our entire journey was about, and that's all I have. Any questions?
Thank you, friend. It was a very good presentation. This agentic AI, we traditionally have this machine learning algorithm, where we have data, could be fed in time domain or, vector domain. And then we call the pre-processing, feature extraction, and then a model, ANN model. and which produces the output for which it was trained actually, So training is over. And now you do perform recall test and all that. So I have two questions. How, if you compare to the architecture that I have described, and what is the what is the use of agent AI? Suppose if I had whatever program I had developed, I want to embed it on a chip, microchip, because I want to develop a product. So whether agentic AI can help or whatever I was doing on computer, that is the strategy. I can call it as the generative AI or whatever it is. So could you spell out the difference and whether where this architecture, agentic AI, agent-based systems, we can say,
Okay. Yeah, so let me start with that, right? So when you have a data and you do feature extractions and training on it, so that typically falls into the use case of a machine learning, right? So where you are basically specializing the ML to get the right output. Now, where the LLM or generative AI comes into the picture is, and the few use case of ML is, right? Let's say you have a data and then you want to label that data. So classification, supervises, something like that, right? In generative AI, it's more like the summarization or chat GPT, where you have the context, the model is already trained on, given an input. What is the new token you are generating? So it generates the contents. It can generate multimedia content, it can generate paragraph. The typical ML models, they are good at like labeling or classification use cases or predicting a number, but not predicting an entire paragraph, right? So that's where generative AI comes. Now, generative AI, they are trained on some past historic data. So for example, let's say if ChatGPT model was trained in somewhere in 2024, it has only access to the data till then. Now, if you ask what happened in India today, like latest news about it, then AI would not have access to that. So you need to have that workflows around, and that, okay, if my query is that please summarize my news for today. So now what agent will do is that it will first goes to the news
you
website.
can come to, excuse me, sorry for interrupting you. You come to a specific application of agentic AI where it fares well compared to other algorithm actually.
Yeah, because I think agentic AI is not an algorithm, right? So that's what I was trying to say. Like ML, and that's where the algorithm comes into the play. Agentic AI is more of an application of a generative AI.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Vivek, for such a nice presentation. I have a very generic question to ask. This is for the audience or the students sitting over here. How do they prepare themselves, or which we can say the topics they should prepare for, as far as to make them suitable for the upcoming AI era?
Yeah, so I would focus on two areas. Like first understanding the basics, right? So how I started in the journey, right? Like understanding the math, like what type of derivative functions are used, what is the eigenvalues and all those. These are the fundamental math that goes under the building of an LLM from scratch. Then you go on the specific transformer architecture to know the details about the fundamentals about how LLMs and generative AIs work. And now at the end, the key things that is currently in demand in enterprise level is like productionizing this use cases. And that's where agentic AI comes into the picture, and the context engineering, prompt engineering, the deployment of the agents on the platforms like cloud, so productionizing of this application. So those are the things. Knowledge bases, that is another thing. The vector embeddings. So those are the areas I would like the new people to focus on in order to quickly get started on.
Thank you. Thank you.
Moving on, we have our next speaker, Fanindra Vayukumar Vera, Vice President, Global Markets Technology, Bank of America, Dallas, USA. Fintech technology architect and independent research with over 20 plus years of experience delivering mission critical platforms across global capital markets and regulated banking environments, including leadership of high impact enterprise systems for top tier financial institutions worldwide.
Hello, everyone. Can you see my screen?
Yes, it's visible.
Okay, thank you. Just give me 1 moment. I'll share my screen. One second, please. There's some problem here. Yeah. So yeah, I'm very excited on speaking on blockchain, how the corporate banks are solving various problems using blockchain today. So very often banks face problems because of trust, not because of data. So for example, a few years ago, when I was working at a bank, we were processing a dividend event. Dividend event means it's an event from like corporate actions. Corporate actions are nothing but like dividends, issuing dividends, mergers, stock split. So these are all called corporate actions. So the reason I took corporate actions is like to demonstrate a real scenario that how banks are solving some of the basic problems like using traditional applications how blockchains are emerged and how blockchains are solving the problem. So we saw a problem like a few days ago. I'm giving an example. So everything on Friday there was dividend issued by a company, a large company. So everything looked correct. The numbers also matched. The announcements were clear, and yet we felt something off. So different teams were reconciling slightly different numbers. They are not wrong numbers. Only the problem is there are different interpretations. And that's when I realized something important. Corporate actions are not a data problem, but it's a trust problem. Okay, let me make this simple. Imagine you and like 1,000 neighbors invested in an apartment building. So the building makes a profit, for example. So now it's time to distribute that profit fairly, right? So how do you ensure that everyone gets exactly what they deserve? Seems easy, right? So, but imagine no one talks directly to building owner. You go through agents. The agents go to managers. The managers talk to regional officers, and each one keeps their own spreadsheets. And if anyone interprets the problem calculations incorrectly, then everything becomes fragile. So in the real financial markets, dividends work exactly like that apartment example that I just gave. So when a company declares a dividend, investors don't hold shares directly with the company, right? So usually they hold through brokers, and brokers work with custodians, and the custodians connect to the central depositories. So there are multiple systems involved here. So multiple jurisdictions, multiple tax rules, multiple cutoff times. The original dividend data may be perfectly correct, but every participant stores and processes it separately. So that some of the participants there is a chance that they interpret the process differently. It's not because of their trust. Maybe they understand the problem calculation in a different way. And if one does mistake, so the entire cycle will see the wrong results and all the reconciliations will fail. So because of that, so the real problem here is data fragmentation. So the finance today operates like 20 organizations maintaining 20 different versions of same truth. So the 20 is just an example number I took, and then spending enormous of effort making sure they match. So the issue is not that people are incompetent. The issue is fragmentation here. So even small differences in interpretation can cause overpayments, underpayments, tax errors, reversals, disputes, and many more problems. So once money moves incorrectly, fixing it is not easy. It can be slow and even reputational at risk. So dividends are not just financial events. So they are large-scale coordination exercises. So moving on to the next slide. So I made a slide so what blockchain actually changes these scenarios. So blockchain is not for speed or speculation or for hype. It changes one structural thing. Instead of every institution maintaining its own record, there is a shared ledger. The dividend is recorded once. Eligibility is time-stamped on that. Distribution logic can be encoded once in that ledger. So everyone sees that the same state of the event at same time, at any time. So then there are, in that case, everyone should not needed to maintain different databases, different sheets, or different processes to refer to the contract. So it's all like one contract shared across the participants, and that there's one synchronized version of truth available at all times. And that reduces reconciliation, which is the biggest risk which is the biggest processing that every bank does every day, every minute. There are a lot of reconciliation goes to just confirm the data is right. So not eliminates risk here, but it reduces the structural misalignment. Moving on to the slide. So trust in traditional finance is built through reconciliation. Usually, there are multiple processes or systems in the banks, right? So if there is a file moves from one system to one process to another process, so always we do reconciliation, whether the data is matching in this system and another system is receiving the data. So match the numbers again and then do the enrichments in that process and send the data back to the other processes. So in every step, banks do reconciliation, and that's a lot of effort. And there are chances that false positives can happen. So to avoid all that, in case of blockchain, all processes share the same record. So there is no need of reconciliation. So that saves a lot of processing time. That eliminates a lot of issues. And that's the core distinction, I would say, between the traditional processes, traditional finance applications versus the blockchain infrastructure. So instead of checking after something goes wrong, I always say if the system prevents divergence in the first place, that would be the better solution. So the future of financial infrastructure is not about moving money faster. So it's about aligning participants better. Corporate actions, especially dividends, expose a fundamental reality. When information is fragmented, trust becomes expensive. So blockchain is not revolutionary because it is digital. It is revolutionary because it enables shared truth at scale. And when truth is shared, fairness becomes operational, not aspirational. Thank you. Any questions in the panel, from the panel?
Thank you.
Now we'd like to move on with the presentation of papers. Okay.
Thank you.
So we'd like to invite Shreya Verma and Shreya Yadav with the paper ID 52, paper title Change Management in E-commerce Sector.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Shreya Verma. Me and my colleague Shreya Yadav are going to present a presentation on chain management in e-commerce sector with basic analysis between Amazon and Flipkart, which is an international company and a domestic company. The overview of the presentation will include what is chain management, industrial overview, research objective, research methodology, Amazon chain management in India, Flipkart's chain management in India, comparison between Amazon and Flipkart, Amazon key driven changes, and Flipkart's key driven changes and key insights. The first slide is what is chain management. This research enables chain management practices in the e-commerce sector through comparative analysis of Amazon and Flipkart. The study aims to understand how strategic change helps e-commerce business. From this next slide, Yadav is taking over.
Industry overview. The e-commerce has experienced rapid growth over the past 2 decades, driven by advancement in digital technology and increased in internet awareness and changing purchasing behavior. In India, high competition between global and domestic firms and continuous technical and strategic change led to rapid growth in Indian e-commerce sector. Research methodology. This study is descriptive and objective methodology. No. So research objective examine a role of change management in e-commerce and understand domestic versus foreign company, international and domestic company comparison, compare Amazon and Flipkart strategies, analysis of change implication at Amazon and Flipkart, identify best practices for sustainability. Research methodology. This study is descriptive and comparative research to analyze change management practices in e-commerce business, specific reference to Amazon and Flipkart. The research include difference tables and case studies. Amazon change management in India. Amazon in India is driven by FDI marketplaces model and technology. Innovative company. Amazon mostly standardize is of management but localize when necessary. Flipkart. Flipkart change management. Flipkart is a domestic company based in India which is adaptive and driven by local market strategies and customers first approach. Next, Shreya Verma will take over.
The next slide is comparison between Amazon and Flipkart. This slide mainly covers the aspects of how Amazon is different from Flipkart, specifically based in India, and we will also be covering how Amazon, as a global leader, is more technologically advanced, as Yadav has already mentioned. Shreya has already mentioned that Amazon has a globalized standard for its technology, and it majorly works on structured and planning, but it localizes whenever it is necessary. Amazon is known for standardized system but localized when necessary, whereas Flipkart is more inheritance and local, having been oriented in India. It is diverse and more adaptive to changes. Amazon is majorly driven by regulatory factors, whereas Flipkart is more flexible and adapts modern approaches of management. Amazon is rigid and global standardized. On the other hand, Flipkart is adaptive and also adapts agile methodology for its management system. Amazon's key driven factors of change are: first is strategic change diverse. Strategic change diverse, it refers to the change in the Amazon with reference to customers and expands to compete with Walmart. Management change and leadership transactions. When Jeff Bezos left in 2021 and Jassy took over, Amazon had a major change, and it has to keep in mind that it can run smoothly so that the investors feel more confident and keep uh, the company as it was when Jeff Bezos in 2021 was doing it. Organization and cultural employee registration. Amazon culture pushes everyone to keep changing and trying new things. Whereas if we talk about Flipkart's and is key driven by changes, its strategic changes and market adaptation, the company is flexible and has agile diversification, has led to expansion of Flipkart into groceries, travel, fintech, etc. Leadership and transactions of management style. Under the guidance of CEO Kalyan Krishnamurthy, Flipkart has adopted an obsessive dominant management style, also known as maritime mode, to drive profitability. Organization, culture, and structure. Flipkart offers and majorly focuses on.
Conclude. Okay.
Okay, sure.
Where are
Actually,
we?
let's start conclusion here.
Okay, okay, please.
Customer first approach. To conclude, we can say that Amazon structure is compliance focused and global aligned. Flipkart is more flexible, market driven, and culture aligned. Amazon balances global standardization with local adaptation to success in India. Flipkart uses operation innovation to manage large scale sessions demand. Both prioritize customer experience. Success in India requires strong localization, which Amazon still needs to focus on.
Okay, so very nice presentation. So my first question is, what do you mean by change management in simple terms?
Change management in simple terms refers to the change that is driven by within the company to from one aspect to another. That is, for example, if we take a simple example, if for example there was an offline mode of taking classes, but during COVID they had to adapt to the online mode. So they have to be students to be taught that how online mode can also be effective as the offline mode. So that was a part of change management.
And what do you mean by secondary data?
Secondary data. Secondary data majorly refers to the case studies, comparative studies, and differential diagrams that have been covered in this program. Because I've not taken the statistical studies, I've mostly done it on theoretical studies and case studies. Anything else, sir?
So you got to these conclusions through exploration work, right?
Yes, sir.
So this is not something new. You have just explored something related to Amazon and Flipkart.
Yes, sir.
And done a comparative analysis.
Yes.
So will you be working on it in the coming future, or this is just yes, please?
So actually, I'm just writing a research report for this as it was required for the assignment.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Now we'd like to call Vandana, Kalika Patri, and Surbi Gupta. Paper ID 21, paper title Fuzzy Particle Swarm Optimization Based Reliability Modeling of a Degradable Computing System with Triangular Fuzzy Numbers. Do we have paper ID 21?
Yes, yes. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My screen is visible or not?
Yes, it is. नहीं दिख रहा.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Good afternoon, respected chairperson and participant. I am Vandana from MIT University, Noida. Today I am presenting my paper title Fuzzy Particle Swarm Optimization Based Reliability Modeling of a Degradable Computing System. My abstract is this paper analyzed the reliability of two-unit redundant computing system. Since failure and repair rate are uncertain, they are modeled using fuzzy triangular numbers. A Markov process is used to describe system behavior, and fuzzy particle swarm optimization with the AlphaCut method is applied for optimization. The study determines the upper and lower bound of the mean time to failure. My introduction is degradable computing system are complex and face uncertainty in failure and repair parameter. This research combine fuzzy logic and Markov modeling optimize using fuzzy particle swarm optimization, which is also known FPSO, to handle uncertainty effectively. It provides realistic and accurate bounds for the system's mean time to failure. The challenge of uncertain system parameter in industrial environment, complexity system experience uncertain failure and repair rate because of changing condition, limited data, and operational stress. These are key contribution: comprehensive fuzzy reliability framework, AlphaCut based FPSO approach, numerical sensitivity indices, parameter importance ranking, robust reliability bounds. System architecture and modeling framework is this slide explains the structure of two-unit redundant degradable system. The system behavior is described using Kolmogorov differential equation, modal transition between working and failed state. We consider a two-unit redundant system. Both modules operate independently. The system function if at least one unit is operational. There is S0 when both system working, S1 when one is failed, and S24 when no models operation. These are Kolmogorov equations, state S2, state S1, and this is for state S0. Now, triangular fuzzy number. Number capture parameter uncertain through three values: optimistic, most likely, and pessimistic. And AlphaCut representation. Each TFN is decomposed into nested interval set at confidence.
If you could just please conclude soon.
Okay. Okay. This is S0 system failed, S1 or one operational, S2 both operational. Reliability estimation using particle swarm optimization. This we use to extend PSO. Because this is more suitable for repeated optimization at multiple alpha cuts. This is a fuzzy particle swarm optimization. This is my algorithm view. And this is numerical result for a fuzzy mean time to failure bounds. This is for different value of alpha between 0 and 1, and this is my graph for these value. My conclusion is that propose a fuzzy Markov FPSO framework to optimize mean time to failure of degradable computing system under uncertainty. It provides robust reliability estimation for degradable system. Thank you.
Vandana, please can you explain what is mean time to failure?
Mean time to failure is that when our system is on about to failure condition, and we calculate that value, mean time to failure.
Okay, so what is the difference between PSO and fuzzy PSO?
PSO work crisp parameter, and FPSO operate over alpha cut based fuzzy intervals.
So what you want to optimize using this fuzzy?
I'm optimizing the value for my deterministic the reliability bounds, and measure the uncertainty range of system. Calculate minimum and maximum reliability value.
What I am asking, if you are using PSO or fuzzy PSO, then what parameters you want to optimize using these algorithms?
Okay, parameter.
What parameters you want to optimize?
Oh, okay. Repair rate and failure rate. These I am concluding.
Okay, okay, no issue, no issue. Nice presentation.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Next up, I would like to call Deepak Kumar Nidhi, Sudhir Kumar Mohapatra, Juka Hekan, and Rajiv Kant. 21, spatial learning framework for mineral perspectivity mapping with contrastive representation learning.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, you're audible. You please begin.
Okay. Okay, so now I will start. Good afternoon, respected chair. I am Deepak Kumar Nidhi, a doctoral researcher from University of Turku, Finland. Today I will present our work on Bayesian spatial learning framework for mineral perspectivity mapping, where we integrate contrastive representation learning, a multi-layer perceptron and especially adaptive prior to generate uncertainty aware perspectivity map.
Share screen.
Okay. Hello. What is happening?
बड़ी पागल लड़की है सारी में ना जब काम होता है ना मम्मी
Okay. Can you see?
Yes, sir, we can see your screen. Can you please share your PPT in presentation mode?
And also,
Okay, wait.
running out of time.
और तो फिर मैंने क्या कहा बताइए वो तो जल्दी करके ना टाइम ज्यादा ले लिया वो लोगों ने ना तो
Sir, please continue.
Okay, wait. So view. I think I have some problem.
Sir, you please continue like this. We are able
Okay. 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 So introduction. The global transition towards green energy requires massive supply of critical minerals. The traditional exploration is expensive and environmentally intensive. The machine learning allows us to analyze complex and nonlinear geoscientific relationships and estimate the posterior priority of mineralization at every location. This enables more efficient and sustainable exploration. The mineral discovery is costly and high risk. So exploration models must not only predict the target, but they also provide confidence and spatial stability. This is why we explicitly quantify uncertainty. Our main direction is to combine a global discriminative model with a local prior to produce a robust posterior prospectivity map. There are three key challenges. The first one is the class imbalance. The second one is the complex high dimension geoscientific data. And the third is spatial dependence. And this is actually the data which contains the focal area with multi-source geoscientific data. As we can see, I have shown in figure, on the right, that this is actually the distribution, actual distribution of the data, and you can see that we have a 30-dimensional features with a 20 by 20 spatial resolution and approximately more than 1600 on-level data. And if we see on those total data, then we have in total we have a 72 mineralized locations, 387 non-mineralized location, and more than 16,000 on which we have to make a prediction. So this is a realistic exploration scenario with extreme imbalance. This is actually our framework, which you can see in the figure. We start with the geoscientific data, then we will implement the contrastive representation learning and convert that multi-dimensional, that is 34-dimensional data into the 2D embeddings. And on that embeddings, in parallel, we will implement MLP as a global likelihood and KNN level propagation as a local prior, and finally we will fuse by using Bayesian fusion method, and finally we will calculate the prospectivity map. Here we transform the high dimensional data into the 2D embedding space as shown in the diagram. We create a positive and negative sample pairs and train a Siamese network using contrastive loss, that is max margin contrastive log, which pulls the similar mineralized samples together and pushes the dissimilar samples apart. This results in the noise reduced discriminative learning space. And this is actually our global likelihood. We estimated the global likelihood using MLP, and here you can see that here we have a data sources on which and distribution of the data is that we have a 72 annotated mineralized cells and 387 non-mineralized cells, and then we implemented the nested cross validation with a twofold. You can see that in the first outer loop we have implemented 10-fold SKCB, and in the second we have implemented the 9-fold SKCB, and on that inner fold we have implemented the resampling method to balance the in order to handle the data imbalance, and we use SMOTE for the oversampling and random undersampling and RUS for the random undersampling. Then we can see that outer fold is used for the unbiased testing, and inner fold mainly used for hyperparameter tuning, and this strictly prevents spatial data leakage.
Sir, sorry to interrupt. You would have to conclude as we're running out of time.
I have to conclude?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so actually just I'll give, and this is actually the local prior estimate, and then after that I have implemented the Bayesian framework with the logic function you can see here, and in the local prior, in order to just calculating the priority map, I also calculated their uncertainty, and based on their uncertainty I have calculated the weight, and based on that weight I have just combined those global prior with the global likelihood with the local prior, and these are the results while training the MLP. And this is actually the confusion matrix we get from the global likelihood, and this is the prospectivity map which I generated from the global likelihood. And then again I run the same method for the KNN level propagation, and you can see that for k equals to 80 I have stabilizers, you can see here from the table, and it is also shown in the figure. And this is the actually prospectivity map we have generated from the KNN plus level propagation, and this is actually the prior uncertainty, and based on that prior uncertainty I have calculated the confidence map, and finally we generated the prospective map and fused those two methods, and finally calculated the posterior prospective map, and this is shown in on the left. You can see that it is actually the generated prospective map without the known location, and on the right you can see that it is the prospective map with known deposits. And in conclusion, the framework projects the complex geoscientific data into the discriminative embedding space, handles the extreme class imbalance, captures the local spatial dependency, and explicitly quantifies the uncertainty. So it produces robust, confidence-aware mineral prospectivity map. And these are the references. And Thank you for your attention. I'll happy to take your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Deepak. Initially, you mentioned about two pillars of sustainability. That means the economic aspect and the environmental aspect. How have you captured those in your work?
Can you please repeat your question, please?
You initially talked about two pillars of sustainability, right? One is the economic aspect of sustainability, and the other one is the environmental aspect of sustainability. So, I'm not able to figure out how did you capture those in your work?
Yeah, actually, if you don't know the location, then if you want to find the minerals, then it is actually economically it is expensive, right? Because you don't know where to just go and find and make a hole drill. So in order to make those, you must know, or you must have a prior knowledge that there is a chance that that location might have a high chance of minerals. So it will obviously use the economic. It will address the economic aspect, and at the same time, if you make a borehole at every location, then definitely it will going to hamper your environment as well, right? So if you know in prior that if there is a high chance of mineral, then you can go to that location and then do the subjective analysis, right? So in that scenario, it addresses the environmental or economical both issues.
So, just a small suggestion, please highlight it as your introduction is concerned and the conclusion wala part, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Next up, I would like to call Anshul Agarwal, Shruti Tayambak, Neha Sharma, and Ruchi Rayat. 55 with the paper titled Asymmetric Financial Stress and Hedging Behavior, Evidence from Bitcoin and Gold in the US, China, and India.
A very good afternoon to all of you. I am Dr. Anshul Agrawal, Associate Professor in GNIT Institute of Management Studies, Greater Noida. Today I am going to present my paper. The title of my paper presentation is Evidence of the Asymmetric Relationship between the Bitcoin and Gold, Evidence with the US financial market, Chinese financial market, and the India financial market. In this research, on behalf of my team members, Dr. Shruti Triambak, Dr. Meghna Sharma, and Dr. Ruchi Rayat, along with all the co-authors of this paper, today I am on behalf of them. Today I, Dr. Anshul Agarwal, present this paper in front of you. The topic of my, as I already told you, the topic of my presentation is to examine the asymmetric behavior of the gold and Bitcoin in response to the US financial market, Chinese and Indian financial market. This study, the purpose of this study is to examine. The purpose of this study to examine whether investors, traders, financial institutions, and the other regulatory bodies to assess which financial market and which time they need to invest on the gold as well as in the Bitcoin. Because in previous researchers, Burry et al. 2023, Calhoun et al., Colin and McGee 2024, n number of researchers told there that Bitcoin can be used as a new form of Gira as on current economic date. But this is studies to identify, because as we all know, gold can be used as a safe haven and traditional assets during the financial volatility into the market. Investors can easily invest their money without thinking too much about their surroundings. So this study aimed to examine whether market goes up and down, how investors behave like that, how investors are investing their money into a good Bitcoin as well as gold. Why we considered these three economy into a research paper, US, China, and in India? Because in 2022, the volume of the Bitcoin circulation into the market in US economy is around 23%. In in US economy is 72%. Chinese economy is around 19%. And this research paper is based on the Indian economy too. So that's why we have to consider Indian economy too in this study. The background, where's the motivation come to conduct this research? Because as we all know, if we are not taking too much time. If we talk about the Bitcoin history, it is established in 2008. by the Satoshi Nakamoto. He is an anonymous and pseudonym personality. In 2009, by the considering of the two pizzas instead of taking two pizzas instead of giving the two Bitcoin, the trading of Bitcoin has been started in the global financial market. If we consider the US-China immigration trade war in 2015, then after the COVID 2020, so there are n number of research has been already did. Even my research has already, I've already did so many works in cryptocurrency market too. But this this research is basically covered the Russia-Ukraine war, which is extended in during the period of November 24, 2021, and still it is presented into the market. And second one is crypto announcement, which is delivered by the Trump in 5th November 2025. So how it affect the market? Is there any relationship by delivering the news? N number of geopolitical crises affect the gold and Bitcoin prices into the market, and how investors take these scenarios from the market and considering their investment strategies. So investors seek safe haven and hedging assets during their crisis. So as I already told you, gold is already a traditional and safe haven asset during the financial volatility times. The research objective of this paper is to examine the asymmetric. There is a slight different world between as if we are going to compare the symmetric analysis. Asymmetric. Why we use the asymmetric relationship in this study? Because we want to identify whether there is a favorable condition on that time, what investors think about their investment strategies, and when there is a unfavorable conditions, what the investors think about their investment strategies. So this study is also considered the modern portfolio theory and the behavioral finance theory. Why we use these two theories into our research work? Because modern portfolio theory is representing the diversification of your assets. When the crisis begins into the market, when there is a financial market uncertainty, highly volatility into the market, investors generally invest their money into a safe haven asset rather than onto the highly riskier market. Second one is behavioral finance theory. Why we use this theory into our research paper? Because it shows the herd behavior theory. What is the herd behavior theory? If we go about this theory, so what investors think, while during the volatility or the crisis period, investors think about their own self, or they are considering what others are thinking. If n number of persons are investing their money into a gold and Bitcoin, so I am also investing, or we use our sense of humor to investing before investing our decision makings. Next one is, what are the research questions of this study? Can Bitcoin and gold can be used as a safe haven asset against the FSI USD? What's the mean of the FSI is? This is not a ready-made index. As we all know, just like the S&P 500, Nifty 50, BSE, these are the ready-made index. But in this study, I have created the FSI, which is a financial stress index, considering the theory Apollonius 2015 and the Balakrishnan and Sahu study 2020. So FSI is created by the considering the three components: banking sector, equity sector, and the forex sector. So we have to use the n number of variables for forming the FSI, and after framing the FSI, we have to correlate with the US market, Chinese market, and Indian market. Second one is, do Bitcoin and gold behave asymmetrically to positive and negative shocks? Positive and negative shocks means when there is a favorable condition, on the same time Bitcoin and gold prices goes up or simultaneously goes down, and the vice versa in negative shocks also. Third one is, what spillover effects are between FSI, USD, Chinese, and Indian financial market, Bitcoin and gold returns during the economic crisis and Trump announcement. This study considered the gold returns. Why? What is the reason of taking the gold returns? Why we are not switching towards the prices? When we are going to the prices, it is always stationary at the one. But this study examine the asymmetric relationship between the variables. So this is the main reason why we switch towards the return instead of the pricing strategy. Second one is, this is a theoretical framework which I already discussed. This study combines the MPT, BFT and the combination of both the study. So the daily data has been considered from the November 2021 to January 2025. And the events will be considered in this study: Russia-Ukraine war and Trump crypto announcement. This study uses the NARDL model. Why NARDL model? Because after checking the stationarity with the help of the unit root test and the ADF, augmented Dickey-Fuller test, found that most of the variables are integrated and stationarity at the combination of the I0 and I1. So when our variables are integrated at the I0 and I1, then we move towards the NARDL model or the ARDL model. This study aimed to examine the asymmetric relationship. This is the main reason why we opted the NARDL model in this study. So what I have already told you, it is already mentioned in this slide as well.
Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, I'm going to wind up my presentation. So before moving towards the NARDL model, the first step to calculate the ADF model, and second one is BDS. BDS statistics helps to examine that your variables you are considering in your study is helping for getting the results of the asymmetric or not. So we have to find over here that the P ratio is less than the 0.05, P value is less than the 0.05. So it is good for us to moving towards the NARDL model. These are the results of the Russia-Ukraine war, in which we have to find out that n number of results are co-integrated, and there is a long-term relationship between the variables. These are the long-term relationship, these are the short-term relationship. Lag 1 means how much the previous events affect the. So this is affecting by the event 1 day before, and this is the 2 day before. Simultaneously, lag 1 indicates the negative results impacted. When market is in favorable condition, how much it affected your Bitcoin and gold price. So these are the results of the Trump policy announcement period. So in this case, we already show over here, there is a long-term relationship has been existed. Still, there is a short-term relationship has been presented in our study. So it is a good, again, information for us to identify the relationship among their variables. What are the findings we get from this assessment? As we show over here, negative, unfavorable conditions affecting more as compared to the favorable condition. We can explain with the help of very simple example. There is a negative news into the market, so it affects the Bitcoin more as compared to the favorable news against the Bitcoin into the market. But as we go with the gold returns or golds affecting prices, so it always considered as a safe haven asset, investors' first choice to invest into the gold during the unfavorable conditions. So there are a number of examples starting with the 1929 Great Depression to the still 2026. These are the asymmetric effects. Negative stress shocks have a stronger impact than positive shocks, which I already told you. These are the practical implications. What this study is helpful and why we need to do this study. This study is helpful for the investors, traders, and the policy makers before investing their decisions and before making a Bitcoin and gold implications decisions into the market. So this is all about from my side. Thank you to all of you. If you have any questions, then you can please ask to me.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your deep insights. Just a small technical question.
Yes, sir.
Adjusted R square for comparison purpose.
Whenever we are considering the, please go.
Why not error, the mean square error? Why did you not go with the error wala part?
Because said why we have not go with the RMSE, MAPE and MAE values instead of the R square value, because in this situation we are going to examine the asymmetric relationship, not with the forecasting. Whenever we are considering the forecasting, what is the today's price and how we are examining what tomorrow's price will be. On that condition, we go with the RMSE, MAPE and the other algorithms like the LSTM, decision tree neural network. So this is not a study considering the forecasting. This study only examine the asymmetric favorable and unfavorable days.
Basically, you are conducting this study on past data, right?
Yes.
So it has nothing to do with future.
No. It is the only implication study what investors and traders can take their decision during the unfavorable market.
Okay. And one layman question, which everyone is having in his or her mind. Shall we invest in gold today, or we should wait for some time? As far as investment,
we can invest gold as on today date, but as per my perception or analysis, silver is more good because the demand of that particular commodity goes high that have a industrial aspects. So we all know gold having nothing in the industrial level. These all are investing as a safe haven and the forex backup by the countries. But silver is obviously a demand.
And what about copper?
Copper is also a good. In as on today date, the prices all in last few days, the price is already goes up into the market. And future, copper and silver, both are very good.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Ma'am, sorry to interrupt you. Hello?
Yes, sir.
Ma'am, actually, my turn has to come next one. That's why I have some work. Is it I can present because mine is 16. Shivashankaracha.
So what's your paper ID?
16, ma'am. 16.
All right. Next up, I would like to call S. Ayappan, paper ID 16 with the paper title Enhancing Stock Market Investment Behavior Through Knowledge, Attitudes and Locus of Control, Perspectives in the AI Era.
Excuse me, can you schedule my presentation after this?
Ma'am, please wait for your turn.
Yeah.
So please note that you have 3 minutes presentation.
Yeah, ma'am. Good afternoon, everyone. I am actually the PhD scholar from CMR University under the guidance of Dr. Ayappan sir. My topic is enhancing stock market investment behavior through the attitude, locus of control, and perspective of AI era. Then, there is a rapid evolution in the financial market in the digital age. Significantly, there is so much transformation happen through the artificial intelligence. But still, investors are not properly taking the decisions because what happens? Still, they are blindly they want to make money, but they are not taking the information. They have to take the informations more, and they have to adapt for them to the investment pattern. But still, they are taking the information, but they are not properly taking the decisions. And however, this effect of technological tools influenced on the individually for financial knowledge, attitude, and risk-taking capacity, all those things we can consider. The research objective of this is examine the relationship between the investor financial knowledge. Knowledge is very important because the more the knowledge we have, more confidence we are getting, and we can able to take the risk. If the less information or less knowledge is there, means we can't take the risk. Second objective is the adoption and effectiveness utilization of AI driven. How AI is giving information, but finally we have to take the decision. That means you have to take the decision means you have to know your self behavior. That is very important. Then that is third objective is demographic factors. How it is influencing to take the decision making in the investment. Then literature review, I mainly concentrated on the financial literacy in India remains uneven. Why uneven? Because more retail participation is there in the market, but still they are not gathering the more information. They are coming and investing, but they are not gathering the information. They have to gather the information, then only they can easily take the risk, otherwise they can't. And behavioral finance attitudes and overconfidence and information processing, these are very important because behavior mean important. Sometimes market is going up, sometimes market is coming up, but finally you have to take the decision means you have to hold your behavior. When to take the right decision you have to take. Then research methodology is mainly here for my research. I collected primary as well as secondary data, but primary data is whatever I collected is especially for according to my convenience I selected. Then mainly my questionnaires whatever I used is closed ended as well as Likert scale I used for the questionnaires.
Thank you so much. We did the time limit. Now I would like to invite the session chairs if there are any questions.
Yes, in this slide itself, you have about the primary data collection, right? And just trying to study the influence of AI-driven tools, right? So, you going to explain about these AI-driven tools to the respondents from whom you are going to collect your data. So, what actually is an AI-driven tool? To a layman, this is something which is a vague term. So, what AI is all about? So, how are you going to explain it to them? Have you collected data, primary data, or you are going to collect it?
Actually, I'm going to collect, sir.
Yeah, you are going to collect it. So, how are you going to convince them, or how are you going to explain to them what AI-driven tool is all about?
AI driven tool means actually when you use the AI means the proper prompt we have to give to get a proper information. That is very important. Whatever the information that is giving, finally we have to take the decision means definitely every company having its own its positive as well as negative. But definitely wherever you invest, whatever the maybe the good company, there is a positive and negative. Finally you have to take the decision. But information is given by the AI is good. But finally, you have to take the decision means you have to thoroughly understand the information and take the decision is very important.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, could you call my paper next one? Actually, it was prior to Shiva, sir. Paper ID number 16.
Ma'am, paper ID 16 is done.
Okay. Can I? It's not done. I haven't presented it.
Ma'am, can you please repeat your paper ID?
Paper ID number 16. Sorry. 11. 11. Income stability in the JIC work and financial security.
Please wait for your turn. I'll revert back to you later.
Actually, it was before him, hence why I asked.
Ma'am, please send your queries on chat.
I have posted. I am not getting response from your chat. Could you please?
All right, ma'am, please wait. Next up, I would like to call Anushka Jain, Pallab Sikdar, Ishan Joshi with paper 81, are sustainability communications by brands engaging enough and emerging market perspective. Next up, I would like to call paper ID S. Ayappan and Ankita Teres with the paper titled Income Instability and Financial Security, a behavior perspective.
Good afternoon, all. Hope everyone can see my screen.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, please wrap up in 3 minutes. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, so my study is really about a study on the income stability as well as JIC workers and the financial security. The prime agenda of the study is to find what is the relation between this financial security as well as the income stability here. As you all know that they are the people who are getting like a unstable income in a day-to-day life. Okay, so they have a very much relation between this one. That's what my finding was. These are the problems I have found out, and these are my objective to examine the level of income stability among the JIC workers, especially in the area of the Bangalore, and assess the financial security level status of JIC workers, analyze the impact of the instability of the financial security, and examine behavioral financial responses to the unstable income, and also to evaluate the factors that influence the financial resilience among the JIC workers. So these are the literature review I have done for these studies, and this is my conceptual framework. In this, mainly I will be focusing on our behavioral responses and external factors and everything. And in this, I have like tuned into our dependent and independent variables. The independent variables will be coming up with the income stability and everything, in which we will be looking onto the payment variability, income fluctuation, welcome. These all are collected through a questionnaire format, and these were my hypotheses. 5 hypotheses were formulated. Okay, and in this I have like formulated with a 73 as my sample size, and with the structured questionnaire as a primary survey. I have conducted my research focusing on a Bangalore area, and with the help of SPSS, I have analyzed the final data which I have received in the questionnaire. And in this, I have like this is my demographic structure. In the 71% were like male workers, and 41% were like unmarried workers, and 45% were the graduate education level workers coming up under this, and 41% were unstable workers completely. So that my data was very much frequent, and this is a detailed analysis of the demographic. And this my, as per my first objective of the income stability, it has proven that the level of the income as well as the security has been a moderately high instability is there. This is the technique which I have used. And the objective 2, there is a status of our income financial security of the JICA workers. In the same also, we have the saving equivalency, debt management. These all factors has been have a clearly relation in this one. So the frequent distribution in this, we have like a high level. These are the levels of the income they have come. In this, I have differentiated the levels and I have represented here. So it has a very much, we can say the most of the moderate financial security with a limited scaling as well as a week-long financial stability has been faced in here. So the objective 3, I have used the regression technique to analyze. In this, it indicates that the income instability has an insignificant as well as a positive response to our impact on a financial securities. Then coming to the last point, as due to the time constraint. Okay, the final findings which I have found it as income instability among this one, it is due to high level we have faced it due to the timings and everything, debt capacity and everything. It is like a very much instability is facing there, and the security status is also moderately connected to our JIC workers as well as the financial security and the income stability it is coming up. And finally, we are looking into the financial security status. When you're looking, many of the workers facing a difficulty maintaining their emergency funds, managing their financial requests and everything. And there is also a clear relationship, as I mentioned in our result analysis, a significant positive relationship is with the financial security. Also, they adopt a adaptive financial strategy and so. And from this, I have found out.
Ankita, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
I request you to kindly conclude. We're running out of time. Please conclude.
Okay. The final conclusion, I can say that the study has proven there is a clearly a positive relation between our JIC workers' income stability as well as the income security also. So they are facing a very much problems in that. As per my limitations of the study, it is limited only to it, and it has a furthermore research can be done in this area, as only limited researches has been done the way behavior is. Thank you.
So do you have any questions? Okay. Next up, we have Mona Chaudhary, 65, with the title Going Beyond Traditional Business, Building Business Through Social Value Creation. Am I there? Moving on, we have Anushka Jain, Pallab Sigdar, and Nishan Joshi with the paper ID 81 titled Are Sustainability Communications by Brands Engaging Enough?
Yeah, I'm just sharing my screen. I'm there. Mona Chaudhary, this side.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, please wrap up your presentation in 2 minutes.
Okay, so is my screen visible?
Yes, ma'am, it's visible. Please begin.
Yeah, so as the time is very short, I would like to introduce the study that we are going to present. First of all, good afternoon to all panelists and the presenters out here. So the topic of the research paper presentation that we are doing today is going beyond traditional business, building brands through social value creation. So In this study, the focus of our study is the brands of the organization, which are led by spiritual leaders. And as there had been a lot of debates, or there had been a lot of criticism, but at the same time, we have been seeing that since 2014 till 2025, the data reveals that these organizations, that selective organizations we have taken in our study, they deal with multiple products. So the research question or the problem statement that our study has, that at initial stage, business establishments of these social entrepreneurs created the value around spirituality, yoga, and Ayurveda. But very soon, as they got successful, they also entered into multiple businesses like clothing, beverages, natural food, and health, and clothing even. So kitchenware and such furniture products also. So some experts argued that these products, the diversified, they don't serve actually any utility in terms of yoga and spirituality. So we applied the model theory here, the Shet-Newman gross model of consumption values, to define which particular value drives the behavior of the customers. Yes?
And please conclude one or two lines.
Okay, so in this, we have actually used two different studies, and the method of, the research design is exploratory sequential design, in which initially we have done the qualitative. We have adopted one study we have done on qualitative method. So in this we have done the sentiment analysis to identify which value drive the consumption of the different product categories, whether related to spirituality or not. And then after getting the results drawn from this, the quantitative method was followed, in which 204 responses were collected and the data was analyzed through smart PLS. So this was the research model that was adopted for the qualitative study, and these were the cloud generated, and the values were derived from these particular words. And then the second study was quantitative study. These were the constructs, 39 items and 10 constructs were taken, and the internal assessment of the model and hypothesis analysis was done, and these were the results drawn from our study. And in this, we are able to find that these brands are in capacity to provide the wide range of values to the customers, including social value and spiritual value, which comes as an additional value to the conventional value proposition. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Next up, I would like to call Anushka Jain, Palab Siddhar, and Shan Joshi, titled Are Sustainability Communications by Brands Engaging Enough? An Emerging Market Perspective.
Ma'am, please stop sharing your screen. Yeah. Okay. Books. ये डाउनलोडेड है, ये ओपन है, ये नहीं है। एक मिनट, 2 minutes. Center mode पे, yeah. Three dots. No, I just say one. Yeah. Screen share कर दो. Yeah. हाँ, फिर नहीं file. Thanks, I think.
First of all, good morning, everyone. Let me start with something simple. Scroll through Instagram today, and you will see lots of brands talking about climate change and with action net zero pledges. They talk about recycled materials, ethical sourcing, and also talk about what the real question about sustainability is everywhere. Are consumers actually engaging with these messages in a meaningful way, or are they just double tapping and moving on? So, in today's topic, we're talking about are sustainability communications by brands engaging enough? Now, when we move forward, there is an increasing skepticism in the marketplace where consumers are more informed than ever. They know that greenwashing looks like. They know what claims are vague. They take the example of H&M and its conscious collection, where they were initially positioned as sustainable fashion. They later faced heavy criticism for the lack of measurable transparency. And the backlash wasn't just about fashion. It was also about what the credibility stood for. That's the core risk that brands face today when they talk about communication about sustainability. So, the research problem today that we were facing through the paper was, although sustainability communication has increased, but has its engagement outcomes actually been measured? Because they still remain uncertain. Consumers are getting increasingly skeptical of exaggerated sustainability claims. The whole facade of the paper cups or the killing of the turtles in the oceans as well. Perceived greenwashing may weaken trust and behavioral responses, and therefore, this study examines whether sustainability communications are engaging enough or not. Now, the research objectives include whether we aim to examine the impact of sustainability communication on consumer brand engagement. It also analyzes cognitive, emotional, and behavioral dimensions of engagement, and it also evaluates the negative influence of perceived greenwashing.
So the research methodology is that we adopted a mixed method research design. Primary data was collected through Google survey, and the main target population was that 18 above 18 and above ages, and convincing and snowball sampling techniques are used. The final sample consisted more than 70 plus respondents, and data analysis conducted using SPSS. So the measurement and statistical techniques were used, that we have used the Likert scale. Descriptive statistics were used to examine mean level. Pearson correlation analysis was also used. Regression analysis was also used, and residual. So this is the correlation analysis. We use a heat map to illustrate statistical significant positive relationship between emotional and behavioral engagement. This is a regression analysis. In this we have used the actual and predicted data and the residual data.
Now, when we talk about the consumer suggestions and their thematic insights, the qualitative responses that we took from 70 plus respondents in our Google survey was that they highlight the importance of transparency and measurable proof. Think about it. Whenever you're buying a product from a brand, there are multiple brands in the same segment competing for the same product. But the main difference is what you perceive from that brand in terms of your trust, in terms of the beliefs, and in terms of the principles that they actually stand for. Consumers often prefer authentic storytelling over promotional language. You scroll onto Reels and you see the same thing. Authenticity is being rewarded nowadays. Respondents demand simpler communication for better clarity. And most of the participants that we actually surveyed in the Google form was that they also emphasize for the needs for brands to demonstrate real sustainability impact rather than just showing on paper claims. And through that, the key findings and the implications that we found through the survey were that the sustainability communication positively influences engagement because that plays into the positive PR of the company towards the consumers. And through this, the cognitive clarity strengthens the emotional trust between the consumer and the brand. And through this, emotional trust also drives behavioral engagement. And this greenwashing through other communications disrupts the engagement pathway. Now, while we conclude, this study concludes that sustainability communication is engaging but conditionally so. So, if the brand showcases authenticity, transparency, and measurable progress that can be seen through the naked eye, then that will critically drive consumer engagement towards the brand. And thus, emerging market consumers will critically evaluate the sustainability claims rather than just passively accepting them. Thank you.
So just let me know what are the variables you obtained through the questionnaire?
Likert scale, like we first how people are aware about how brands are communicating, and are they?
So the outputs are categorical or numerical data?
Sir,
So the numerical.
the charts and numerical.
No. Through the questionnaire, what you collected?
How the consumers are aware about brand communication.
Okay, then the outcomes are in which scale?
Likert scale as well in.
So some of the responses were recorded through the Likert scale. Some of them were through charts, pie charts as well. A certain section of the audience feeling something like
If
that.
you are using regression, there may be some numerical data, right?
Correct.
That's why you are using
Right.
that. So my question is, through questionnaire, what kind of data you collected? What were the variables?
What were the variables?
Age.
What were the dependent and independent variables of your regression analysis? You performed regression analysis, right?
Yes.
There must be a dependent variable, there must be some independent variables. So how many variables did you consider for regression analysis in all, first of all?
So the impact was that the consumers or the people are aware that brands are communicating well through brand sustainability. The main thing is that. Yeah, sir, I have the chart.
You can show that.
Yeah.
And that will clarify.
Yeah.
Okay, nice presentation.
It was a nice presentation.
Okay, thank you. ये greenwashing क्या होता है? What is greenwashing all about?
So greenwashing is basically a false claim wherein a lot of these companies are basically proving to us that we're sort of we're pro sustainability, and on paper they try to showcase a lot of these things. For example, there are a lot of NGOs as well that show a lot of these things that we're pro environment, but they're actually not. So that is a sort of a brainwashing, but you include it with greenwashing basically.
So false claims at the part of the industry, right?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Nice presentation.
Thank you.
Next up, I would like to call Manish Kumar Jaiswal, Jyoti Pandey, and titled as Sustaining Supply Chain Model Shortage of Items at the Cloud Plus Environment. Sir, please note that we have 2 minutes. Please conclude soon.
Hello. Hello, ma'am. Hello.
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Sir, audible, sir? Hello.
Yeah, yes, you are audible. We can hear you.
Okay, sir. My paper ID is 19. My paper title is Learning the EOQ model with the trade credit financing policy for imperfect quality items under a cloudy fuzzy environment.
Conclude soon, okay? Like you have 2 minutes.
Okay. As it's seen that the demand is being emphasized in nature, there is a more problem optimize the profit in some business scenario. Our aim is to nullify the imprecise nature of demand rate with the help of cloudy fuzzy method. Traditionally, it is assumed that in ordered for all the items are good for good quality, but the delivered lot may have some defective items which may existing during the production or may occurs during the maintenance. And our contribution, the trade credit policy is a good policy for supplier and retailers to maximize their profit during the business. In this paper, an inventory model has been developed with the learning and trade credit policy under the cloudy fuzzy environment, where the demand rate has been treated as a cloudy fuzzy numbers. Finally, the paper's retailers total profit be maximized with respect to order quantity, and sensitivity analysis has been presented to prognostic the of the models. Keywords has introduction. We have taken some references for the development of the model. Here research gap has been also shown here, that and some basic definitions has been used during the formulation of the model. Definition 2, definition 3, 10 to 4. These are the notations Q, D, and
Thank you so much, sir. You exceeded the time limit. Sir, any questions?
assumptions. The
Thank you, sir. You exceeded the time limit. You may leave.
Okay.
Next up, I would like to call Charu Bajaj, Surbhi Gupta, Gaurav Banshe, 24 with the title of and FEEM approach for risk assessment in a cricket bat manufacturing plant.
Thank you.
Ma'am, can I leave, ma'am?
Yes, sir, you may leave.
Oh, okay.
So please stop sharing.
Okay, I'm just sharing my screen.
And please do it 2 minutes.
Okay, okay. Is it visible?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Today I'll be presenting a paper on a fuzzy reliability and FME approach for risk assessment in a cricket bat manufacturing plant. So, my work focuses on risk and reliability assessment of a cricket bat manufacturing plant. I've taken a different approach from the traditional reliability method since they require precise numerical data. And in the real world manufacturing environment that I'm dealing with, the data that I have belongs to, in the linguistic terms such as high, medium, low risk. So, okay, so instead of exact numbers, here I have taken this is my system description. This is the cricket bat manufacturing plant model that I've taken, and each of the following steps I have conducted a risk assessment in which I have categorized risk and failure mode with the help of severity, occurrence, and detection, which is called the RPM technique. Instead of the exact numbers, expert opinions are expressed in linguistic variables, and so then I have made use of the triangular and trapezoidal membership function in order to come up with the fuzzy base rule to mimic the expert reasoning, and then finally I've done defuzzification to come up with the risk priority number. And as per the study conducted, these are the different bar chart that I've obtained. In this I can see that the critical and the initial most stage is the willow selection plant. In this I have seen that the most of the poor quality wood is in this plant, is in this step. So this is the critical step that needs to be paid attention to.
We request you to please conclude.
Okay, so as per the conclusion, I have seen that the fuzzy FME approach is a better approach than the traditional risk priority number approach and the traditional reliability assessment approach. Just this.
Thank you so much. Okay. Ma'am, you may leave. Stop sharing.
Okay.
Next up, I have Nikita, Vanita Jindal, and Rahul Johari. Title Smart Signal Management for Autonomous Road Traffic and V2X Networks.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Nikita. I'm currently pursuing PhD from Department of Computer Science, University of Delhi, under the supervision of Professor Vinita Jindal and Professor Rahul Jawhari. I'm here to present my paper titled SMART, which stands for Signal Management for Autonomous Road Traffic in V2X Networks. Let us begin with the table of contents. This slide shows the outline of my presentation. I will start with the introduction and problem statement, then cover the literature review and methodology. At the end, I will discuss the conclusion, future work, and references.
Problem statement.
Okay, sir. So consider this junction. It is a four-way junction with north, south, east, and west directions. Now, as you can see, vehicles are waiting on the east road to cross the intersection, while there are no vehicles on the north direction. Traditional traffic lights operate on fixed timing. The signal still turns green for the north direction, even though no vehicles are present, while the east side continues to wait. This situation highlights the limitation of conventional traffic signal systems. Traditional traffic lights work on fixed time intervals and cannot adapt to real-time traffic conditions, which often result in unnecessary delays when traffic distribution is uneven. These systems also lack the ability to detect or respond to emergency vehicles, causing critical delays in urgent situations. Additionally, there is no effective communication between traffic infrastructure and autonomous vehicle, making it impossible to dynamically allocate green signals based on actual traffic density. As a result, such inefficiencies lead to increased waiting time, congestion, and higher fuel consumption. Since modern traffic environments are heterogeneous and constantly changing, there is a strong need for an intelligent and adaptive traffic management system that can detect emergencies, communicate with vehicles, and optimize signal timing dynamically. Coming towards the methodology, this is the methodology that I followed. Data collection, data was collected.
Please conclude.
Okay, ma'am. Can I show the results which I? Yes, ma'am. So I implemented two junctions. They were the network type was this. It was a 3x3 grid on which on one network I implemented non-adaptive traffic light, and the other one I implemented adaptive traffic lights. And so the adaptive traffic light operates in two modes. The first one is density-based mode, and the second is round-robin mode. Density-based mode, it gives the green signal based on the density of the vehicles. And round-robin mode, it activates in two conditions: when all directions have equal density, and there is a starvation condition. In the density-based mode, if one side gets green signal repeatedly, so it can switch back to the round robin mode. There is a consecutive time limit of 2. So these are the results which I obtained. In the non-adaptive traffic light, I increased the number of vehicles from 300 to 1000 so that traffic can vary, and I observed these results. So I considered the matrix waiting time. I computed the waiting time of entire journey of the vehicles.
Real-time data?
No, sir. No, sir. Sir, the data was collected using Tracky. I used Sumo. It is a tool for simulation of urban mobility, on which we can create our own network, and we can add on vehicles. We can compute their waiting time. We can add traffic lights on it.
Okay.
Yes, sir. So the data was collected using a Python library known as Tracky. So, sir, these results were obtained on which we can see that the waiting time is reduced in significant numbers. Okay, sir. No. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
things common with some networks. So it means the one vehicle will send some signal.
Yes, sir.
But there may be some barrier to that signal.
Yes, sir.
In that scenario, how will that work?
Sir, I haven't done on that part, sir. I only done the simulation part. Okay, sir. Yes, sir.
Last. Okay.
And for the last presenter, we have Animesh Singh, Achal Rutra, Manisha Gupta, and Sharat Khattar with paper ID 34 with the title Employment Generation and Workforce Transformation, Q-Commerce as India Engine.
Yeah, I would like to first of all thank all the panel members and good afternoon to the panel members. Am I audible to you all?
Yes, you are audible, please.
Right. So let me just share it. So, fine. 1 second. Right. So this is the Employment Generation and Workforce Transformation. Q-Commerce as India's blue collar employment engine is my paper title. So this is the abstract here, which talks about it. I would first go to the introduction and then I go to the research questions, basically. Paucity of time. So, how has Q-commerce emerged as a high-intensity employment generator within India's retail sector? How does employment intensity in Q-commerce compare with traditional retail, modern retail, e-commerce formats? What are the occupational and geographical compositions of the Q-commerce workforce in India? How do employment quality and job stability in Q-commerce compare with other retail employment models? What are the implications of automation and market expansion for future Q-commerce employments? These are the research questions. And on the basis of that, these are the objectives that we have formulated. So basically, if we see that 1 second. Yes. So to quantify employment growth in India's Q-commerce sector and to compare its trajectory with conventional e-commerce, modern trade, and general trade, to establish employment intensity benchmark, which is jobs per 100 crores of GMV. This is gross merchandise value across retail formats. To analyze workforce composition and geographic distribution in Q-commerce, covering the tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 cities, depending on the population, basically. To assess employment quality, including income levels, job stability, churn, the turnover, and institutional protection with Q-commerce related to other formats. And then the final is to explore future workforce dynamics. I go to the literature review, and through which we found out, though there is a lot of research done in Q-commerce.
Requesting you to conclude, we are running out of time. Please skip to your conclusion slide.
Okay. Fine. So let me just go there. 1 second.
Skip research. Reach to your conclusion slide.
Yeah, I'll go to the findings. So it says Q-commerce is a fast-growing format with employment rising. So from 2021 to 2025, it has risen the most as compared to e-commerce, modern trade, and general trade. Then when you look at employment intensity, it basically creates 62 to 64 jobs per 1 crore GMV, which is gross merchandise value, which is much higher than the other formats. Then composition geographically. So when we say it reaches tier 2, tier 3 cities, it actually increases the employment substantially, which is it increases more than the number of cities that get increased.
So, Dr. Animesh, that was wonderful presentation.
Yeah.
Session chairs, any question? Thank you, Dr. Animesh.
Right.
You can leave the session. Thank you.
Thank you. It's a positive time, actually. Okay.
ठीक है सर, ठीक है। चलो सर।
Today and look forward to a productive set of discussions. First up, we have Dr. Vivek Kumar. Dr. Vivek Kumar is an assistant professor at Amity International Business School, Amity University, Noida. He is a PhD in operational research from the University of Delhi. Dr. Kumar has published over 15 papers in international journals and is an associate editor of IJSAEM Springer. He is a lifetime member of SREQ and was recognized as a young promising researcher in 2018. Dr. Kumar has co-edited a Scopus Index book and organized several international conferences.
Dr. Jagvendra Singh. Dr. Jagvendra Singh is an assistant professor in the Department of Operational Research at the University of Delhi. He holds a master's degree in operations research and completed his PhD from the same department. With a strong academic background, Dr. Singh specializes in operational research technology and methodologies. He is actively involved in teaching and research, contributing to the advancement of knowledge in this field. His research interests and expertise focus on improving operational efficiencies and solving complex optimization problems. Dr. Singh is dedicated to shaping the next generation of professionals in operational research and related disciplines.
Ramesh Lakshmikant is an experienced technological leader with 15 years of expertise in applied communications, collaboration engineering, and expertise infrastructure. He holds an MBA in information technology from Brunswick State University and a bachelor's degree in computer applications from Madurai Kamraj University. He currently works as an engineering manager in unified communications at NVIDIA, where he leads high impact technology initiatives in a fast paced innovation driven environment. Now we'd like to call our presenters. First up, we have Ojasvi Razdan. He is a subject matter expert at Spark Sleep Solutions, San Jose, California.
Good afternoon, everybody. I would start sharing my screen here, and please let me know when you're able to see it.
Yes, ma'am, we're able to see your screen.
Okay. I would like to first off start off with thanking Amity University for giving me this opportunity to be able to speak up as a keynote speaker in this summit. My topic that I would like to discuss today would be social innovation, and my focus will be sleep health. So am currently working in the field of sleep health and dental sleep medicine, and my focus is to improve access to sleep apnea care through various innovative delivery methods. In this session, I would like to focus on how we can move sleep health and healthcare as a whole as a social innovation and not just a technological innovation, and how we can transform the detection, diagnosis, and management of overall healthcare, focusing on sleep health. I would like to explore the various community centric decentralization approaches through which we can expand the access to healthcare and reduce inequalities. So let me start off initially by talking about how social innovation impacts the communities and healthcare. So when we talk about innovation, we often see it as technology, how we advance in the technological field, artificial intelligence, robotics, digital health. But if you look at the most transformative health innovations, we see that it is more social than a technological advancement. Take example of public sanitation or community health workers, microfinancing of healthcare, or even the universal vaccination campaigns. Everything generated from social innovation, social impact, or the social necessity of healthcare. Let me first off talk about the various characteristics of social innovation. So, if we look at a social innovation, there are basically 5 characteristics that define a social innovation and make it different from our conventional, purely technological advancements that we talk about. First one, novelty. Novelty basically talks about it being innovative or unexpected. We want the social innovation to introduce a new approach, a new model, or a solution that differs from the current existing traditional practices. Second, effectiveness. Effectiveness is what makes it better than what already exists. So is there a measurable improvement in the existing approaches or techniques leading to better outcomes? Third, whether it meets social needs. Is it useful? Is the society really needing it? Is there a pressing societal challenge? Fourth, is it empowering? Empowering basically talks about, does it strengthen our community? Does it build the skills, the agency, and the community participation? And the last one is practicality. Does the idea, which is our social innovation, the new idea, is it scalable? Can we move it into implementation? So if we put it all together, we can say that social innovation is not just a new idea. It's about a solution that really meets the social needs, works better than the existing approaches, empowers the community, and brings about a scalable implementation. Now, focusing on my area of expertise, sleep apnea, how can we reframe sleep apnea as a social innovative challenge? What has been seen with sleep apnea in the United States or European countries, or even India, is that it basically is a highly specialized medical condition that mainly is seen among the urban population. It has been seen that there is low awareness, less adherence, and there are a lot of cultural and access barriers to it. There is no infrastructure that basically helps make sleep apnea treatment available to the underdiagnosed or the underprivileged society. So that brings about sleep apnea being a social innovative challenge. Next, what can we do to eradicate this challenge. What we can do is we can help lower the burden of the cost. We can help cross the cultural barriers, the cost barriers. We need to decentralize care, which means moving from just the urban population getting care for this condition and moving it into areas where who are underprivileged but need the care. And then also there is limitation of sleep labs, there is limitation of the techniques that detect apnea. So grow that, make access more available, and that's how sleep apnea moves from a traditional technological innovation to a social innovation. What can be done? Community level screening. What we can do is we can increase. We have seen there is an increase in the sleep apnea with the urbanization, the lifestyle changes, the stress levels. But that does not impact just the urban population. It also impacts the underprivileged. But do we have the diagnostic capacity to assess and diagnose the underprivileged, the ones, the geographically or economically limited population? We need to form a powerful social innovation approach where we make this a community level screening. The risk assessments need to be transformed into primary care dental facilities, not just for the urban but for the underprivileged. Decentralization of the diagnostic access, making a more portable screening kits, home-based testing, outpatient integration to increase the availability of the diagnostic and treatment. Next, what is the systems transformation we are trying to approach? We are trying to move from the traditional transformation to a more innovative care. The traditional pathway is urban-centered facilities, specialist-led evaluation, and diagnosis that is late. We are moving as a social innovation into more community-based identification, interdisciplinary collaboration, and early detection of this condition, so that it's not merely a technological shift, it's basically a redesign of the care pathway, the workforce levels, and the patient engagement. Next, we talk about what is the community and healthcare impact. Basically, community-centered sleep health models generate more level of impact. They expand the access to the population that previously lacked even the diagnostic pathways. It enables more earlier risk identification, which prevents the long-term complications. They support workforce expansion because we have local population, the community, working with trained allied professionals helping with the screening and follow-up. And lastly, it improves the treatment adherence by delivering care to the patient's living environment. It brings care to where the people need it the most.
Have actually limited. I would like to request you please bind a few.
Sure. Sure, I would do that. The last thing I would like to say, I would like to conclude it with, it is a system transformation from being hospital-centric to community-centric, from being urban-centric to distributed care, from being a more reactive care pathway to a preventative pathway, and from being highly specialized to team-based collaborative effort. The key takeaways: it is a social design that we are implementing for bringing sleep apnea treatment closer to people. It is more community engagement, more affordability, and sustainability. In the closing, I would like to say that healthcare transformation does not begin in the hospitals, it begins in communities. We apply social innovation principles to bring care and make it more accessible, equitable, and sustainable. The future depends upon not advancing just the technology, but redesigning the systems to meet the people where they need it the most. Thank you so much. That was my keynote, and I'm open for any questions.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am, for sharing the insightful information.
If anybody would like to ask any query, please ask. Okay, ma'am, I have a simple, query. As you said, social, innovation, and how social innovation, moves toward the, entrepreneurship. That is also called a buzzword. That is social entrepreneurship.
So basically, when we hear, as I said, that was my opening sentence, when we hear innovation, we just rekindle it as being something that's created, something that's new. But when we talk about social innovation, what that brings about is how we can socially make an existing technique or an existing existing prodigy available to the community so that it's socially helpful. It's available not just for the ones that are have the money or the finances or the know-how, but it's also available for the community and the people that are underprivileged. So that's how traditional innovation would differ from a social innovation.
Yes, ma'am. I have one more actually simple query, ma'am. This actually social innovation actually have been actually implement like in a data form. For example, this type of the methodology actually use for any actually real data.
Yes, so basically, this is my PhD dissertation as well, where I'm exploring the various market dynamics of bringing sleep apnea techniques into the Indian market. So currently the Indian market has sleep apnea, but it's very underdiagnosed. And I did various interviews for this with healthcare workers, healthcare like doctors, dentists, and my study showed that there is underdiagnostic. I did a qualitative study, so it's not numbers, but what I brought about was a study where I can bring about sleep apnea diagnosis and technique to the Indian market. And my dissertation is almost towards its end, and I do have a patent as well that I got a UK design patent to get the sleep apnea kits approved for the Indian market.
Thank you, and nice presentation, and even really is a social innovation. If we this type of the actually techniques will implement, it is really helpful for the actually population. Yeah, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you.
Moving on, we have Arjun Sirangi. Arjun Sirangi is a data and AI architect with over 17 years of enterprise scale leadership in privacy preserving artificial intelligence, federated identify systems, and real time discussion platforms. He specializes in customer data platforms, federated learning, and GDPR complete identity resolution across highly regulated global industries. We welcome you, sir.
Hi, thank you for the introduction. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I am sharing my screen. Let me know when you're able to see that as well.
Yes, sir, it's visible.
Okay. My name is Arjun Sirangi, and I'm going to talk about the customer data platforms here and how well we can basically use these customer data platforms. What is that we are lagging today? And I have a couple of papers presented earlier, and I've got some best paper awards as well on the way we can interact with the customers. So basically, I have close to 17 years experience. And I'm an IEEE senior member, and I specialize in the customer data platforms, and I'm working as a data architect in Boston at a Bright Horizons company. So today's world, if you see, right, so basically we have very fundamental, every business who wants to target the customers. Let's say we went to a shop, or when we went to a website like an Amazon, Flipkart back in India, and then we wanted to browse something, and then we did some changes, we added something to the cart, right? So how well we usually get ads whenever we watch TVs, or whenever we watch, or whenever we browse anything else in our mobile, we usually get ads. How those ads are getting generated, right? How we can make sure that the customer would come back to the site and then add all the things which are needed for the cart, and then he does a checkout and buy the the products. So how we can target these customers is all about customer data platform. So today's enterprises or today's tools which they have generated, they basically lag. One of the main important thing is how quickly we can target them. So we need to target them in a very sub-millisecond, like a real-time customer activations. But there are some of privacy laws that mandate, so you cannot take this personal data of the customer and then you cannot put it in a database. You have to take an approach from him, especially in the US, where you need to take a consent from him and then say that whether we can target him, whether we can send him an email, whether we can SMS him, and things like that. So the traditional designs everything are like a closed designs. So everything wanted, they create a centralized data lakes and then they create the joins between the tables and then they target the customers. So that's where to solve this problem, instead of going to a centralized database where there are like massive failures which are happening because data has to move across one region to another region, and then catching the data, we have to create like multiple queries around it. It often takes more time where we are not targeting the customer in a real time. So based on this, identity resolution is something where we need to identify the customer and then we need to graph that problem. We treat every identifier. Let's say we wanted to target in the form of an email or a mobile, we need to get an ID, right? So in order to do that, we basically follow this graph approach, which is a massive graph. So unlike like a static golden to golden records, basically the graph is like a probabilistic graph. So each edge carries a weight here, like which is a reliability and behavioral similarity. So for example, let's say we have a match between an email and a customer ID. So which has the higher weight is based on the deterministic login events. So this match will get calculated, and based on that number, how quickly we can target him, how quickly we can handle all the anonymous data, and then we can take over like 65% of the sessions there. So the graph here explains that. And currently, the major flaw which is happening in the legacy systems is assuming that, let's say I come to the site, everybody will assume that, okay, he's the guy, he is Mr. Vivek. He came into the site, we know him permanently, and then we can target him. He will have only one phone number or he will have only one email, and then we can target him and then we can send him an email or we can message him. But that doesn't happen with the Vivek, right? For example, he will change the phones or he will delete some of the cookies, and then he will get a new phone or a new phone number. So his behavior changes on a very frequent basis. So we cannot just apply a logic where he came to the site, he has his phone number, and then we can target him. But so that's the legacy system which is happening today. So my proposed solution is something called as Federated Identity Resolution Architecture, which we call it as a FIRA. So here what we'll have is we use this FIRA algorithm. Instead of pulling the data into a centralized database, we push the models into the nodes. Like there will be multiple platforms like SDKs, mobile SDKs, CRM platforms. So each model will have its own trained local model on its own data, and then identifying those linkage probabilities. So then after we get all those linkage data, we use this federated averaging to combine all these insights, and these nodes send these encrypted upgrades or central aggregator. Crucially, there will be no personal information which transits through this network. So by using some of the latest and greatest technologies like Kafka and Flink, we do an incremental graph updates in a real-time basis. This reduces the data moment and compiles with a very strict ROS while maintaining the unified customer view. So that's how we should be able to target Vivek without using his personal data, without making sure that his data is not stored anywhere within the network, and then we can target him and get return on investment out of him. So to back this up with a mathematical guarantee, we use something called as differential privacy here. Even with the federated learning, there is a small risk that they could reverse engineer updates to see if a specific user is in a database or not. We basically mitigated this by using calibrated noise into confidence sources. So the core of all this is an epsilon parameter that is nothing but a privacy budget. So if we set that epsilon to too low, the graph will be too noisy. If it is too high, then the protection is very weak. So we have created a benchmark showing that an epsilon of 0.5 with an 18.7 reduction in privacy leak and reducing the recall by about this 3%. So this is called as Goldilocks zone. So mathematically, this is a solid privacy that doesn't sacrifice the business ability to recognize and serve its customers. So what I would basically like to conclude as part of this is, so with this FIRA technology within the CDPs, so the performance initially where we were able to target from legacy systems like 450 milliseconds, now you should be able to target the customer in 142 milliseconds, and then the linear scaling, and then resolution per second across 12 nodes, and there is an accuracy of 0.92. So the key contributions to this is the FIRA algorithms, and then real-time updating layer and privacy gateways. So what is a future proof? Is that we need to get resilient against anonymous trends and quantum ready potentials. We no longer have to choose between those two customers respecting their privacy. So personalization and privacy are the very most important things where we should focus on across the countries. So the future of customer data is like decentralized. So by adopting these graphs and maintaining the speed and accuracy, we can do like a privacy by design architecture which scales and it is private and it is very fast. Yeah, that's all I wanted to share. And then thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Now I invite the chairs if they have any question.
Mr. Sarangi, thank you for the nice presentation. If anybody would like to ask any query, please ask. Yeah, I have two, simple query. First is, which optimization technique you have used for the solution of your model, as you have mentioned presentation. And second is, what is the source of your data, which you have used for the purpose of data analysis?
Sure. So there are like multiple optimization techniques we have used, like k-means optimization, and there are like different algorithms which we have used as part of this, which gave us real-time proofs that this particular model is working and we are able to target. And on the data part, there has been multiple research done from. We took the data from multiple places, not only online, even in the different companies. This has been implemented. And we have seen like a scalable results where we are able to target the customers and we are able to get the return on investment out of it.
Okay, thank you. Also, sir, you would like to ask something? Okay, thank you, Mr. Sarangi. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'd like to invite our next speaker, Sukumar B. Reddy, ERP and Treasury and Risk System Lead, Dallas, USA. Sukumar B. Reddy is a treasurer and financial systems professional based in Dallas, Texas. He specializes in enterprise finance and treasury system design and delivery. His expertise spans SAP financials, including GL, AP, AR, asset accounting, and financial close. Do we have Sukumar Reddy in the meet? Oh.
Okay, if the third speaker is not available,
so
we may call our next speaker,
yeah,
Dr. Kaushal Kumar. And paper ID is 39. And title of the presentation is Primary Care Network Design, Formulation and a Nature Inspired Algorithm.
It is not having PDF. No issues. There is Adobe Reader in this system.
Screen sharing.
Screen sharing.
In Zoom.
No, no, it's been said because
इसी में खुलेगा ये
अपना मेल कर दिया ना?
नहीं मेल वेल नहीं किया है पेन ड्राइव प्लग एंड प्ले चल रहा है वो सही तो खुला हुआ था भैया
ये ना
अरे ये नहीं है वो मैंने खुला ठीक है
जूम पे से
किया तो था उन्होंने तो छोड़
शेयर करो
बस so shall I start?
Please.
So, a very good afternoon to respected chair and my fellow research colleagues. So, today I'm Dr. Kaushal Kumar from Department of Operational Research, University of Delhi. And the co-author of this research is Mr. Sukhpal. He is my scholar. And the title of this work is Primary Care Network Design, Formulation and a Nature-Inspired Algorithm. So, this is a common phenomena which we generally experience as far as the visit to a public healthcare facility is concerned. So generally, whenever we visit a public primary care facility, so we come across an overload of patients, and it also results in an increase in we can say the out-of-pocket expense or traveling expenses. So to address this concern, this article advocates to make use of telemedicine for regulating patient load and rising out-of-pocket expense. So we are basically going to propose a framework and optimization framework for integrating telemedicine within that framework. So to start with, I would like to explain about the healthcare facilities. Basically, a healthcare facility can be divided into three categories. First is the primary one, second is the secondary, and third is the tertiary care facility. Primary care facilities, they try to focus on basic healthcare services, and there are no inpatient services provided in case of a primary care facility. And if we talk about the examples of a primary care facility, a Mohalla clinic in Delhi is an example of a primary care facility. Apart from this, the family welfare centers are also examples of primary care facilities. Then we have secondary care facility. In addition to basic outpatient services, these facilities also provide some inpatient services, and examples include district hospitals with limited inpatient services. And tertiary care facility, it aims to provide specialized consultative services. Examples is the medical institutes or medical colleges. So generally, the patients who visit a tertiary care facility, they should be referred from a primary and secondary care facility. That is generally not the case if we talk about the real life experience. So if we talk about healthcare facility location problem, a healthcare facility location problem is divided into three categories, basically. A single facility location problem, a multiple facility location problem, and a hierarchical facility location problem. So a single facility location problem, it aims to locate a single facility so as to provide maximum benefit to the target population. Example is the generalized Weber problem. This problem aims to locate a single facility by minimizing the distance between that facility and the existing facilities. Then we have multiple multiple facility location problems. A multiple facility location problem aims to locate multiple facilities of similar type. Example is the standard P medium problem that aims to locate P number of facilities by minimizing the demand weighted distance between the locations and the facilities. Then we have the maximal covering location problem that aims to locate the facilities with a view to maximize the overall coverage. And the last one is the hierarchical facility location problem that aims to locate multiple facilities of different types. So the standard example is the hierarchical P median model. So to illustrate this work, so this picture is demonstrating the work that has been done as far as this article is concerned. If we talk about these P1, P2 and P3, these are the population zones, and M1, M2, M3, M4 and M5 are the primary care centers or existing primary care centers, and then we have the telemedicine network. So these circles, these are representing what? These are representing the preference radius as far as the visit to a primary care facility is concerned from a population center. That means if a primary care facility is there within this zone, then that population is going to use it, otherwise not. For example, if we have a facility at M1, then only the population at P1 and P2 are going to use it, and population P3 is not going to use it. So in the event of a rise in patient load, so generally when the facilities are overloaded, that means the existing facilities are not able to cover the populations as far as the primary care services are concerned. So in that case, we are suggesting to use telemedicine services for providing primary care services. So this is the a simple optimization model as far as this work is concerned. So the objective is minimization of load on existing, we can say, primary care facilities, patient load. And then we have the next part is the minimization of out-of-pocket expense that is composed of the traveling expenses and the expense incurred at the facility. Just 2 or 3 minutes. And then we have first the covering condition, budget restriction, capacity restrictions, and contingency conditions. And these are some of the experiments that we have conducted. So this is the sensitivity analysis with respect to budget. So if we are varying the levels of budgets, so load on existing PSCs is declining. And apart from this, if we look at the out-of-pocket expense, it is also decreasing as a result of increasing the budget for investment. So this is a case that we have conducted. We have implemented this model on economically weaker section of Delhi, Northeast District of Delhi. So the population zone that has been considered for the study are the JJ Bastis, or we can say the Jhuggi Jhopdi clusters of Northeast District of Delhi. And the Mohalla clinics have been considered as the potential primary healthcare centers, and around 7 or 8 telemedicine servers from eSanjeevani platform have been taken as the potential telemedicine platforms. So these are the results of the sensitivity analysis that we conducted. Here the preference zone was considered at 1 kilometer, and in the next table the preference distance was considered as 1.5 kilometer. And as a result of increasing the budget, the coverage was bound to increase. And these are some of the other experiments by conducting the sensitivity analysis with respect to capacity, with respect to number of PSCs. And these are the results of the experiments of the algorithm that we have carried out. So we have applied a swarm optimization based algorithm, which is a yellow paper wasp colony optimization algorithm. And as you can see in this image, there is a slight variation from the optimal solution, but the algorithm was able to solve it in a quicker time. And to conclude, I would say universal healthcare, or we can say universal health coverage, requires affordable primary healthcare services, for which we need an efficient primary healthcare system in place. And efficiency of a primary healthcare system can be improved by considering patient choice or patient references in the system. And generally, if we look at the pandemic situations, there is an overload of patients as far as the primary care facilities are concerned. And we also experience a rise in, we can say, out-of-pocket expense or traveling expenses. So in this case, we may integrate telemedicine in existing primary healthcare systems so as to control the patient load and rising out-of-pocket expense. So I think I'm on time. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Kostal sir, for presenting the planet cousin research, especially in the field of medical science. That is really indeed of in nowadays. Thank you so much. If anybody would like to ask any query,
Question.
yeah, please.
Yes, please.
Sir, is this actually telemedicine is really applicable actually or successful in a rural area in India?
See, it depends. If you have the infrastructure in place, so telemedicine means what? You are getting the primary healthcare services through virtual platforms, right? So telemedicine can not only be provided with the help of the systems and all. If you are virtually connected, if you are able to have internet connection in your area.
Question is not about the point is that ki suppose in some actually European country,
yes,
they are highly educated even in a rural area. They will actually using this type of the actually
Exactly.
services.
Exactly.
I'm talking about actually there is any real data in India. I'm not talking about. I'm saying that ki because I'm using.
So that real-time data that you are talking about for rural areas, that we are currently exploring.
Yeah,
That-
if there is any kind of existence, really this type of service maybe in
In
the
Delhi-
next few years.
in Delhi, it is existent. And if we talk about the e-Sanjeevani platform, so e-Sanjeevani platform provides you the list of all telemedicine platforms that are currently operational in India.
No, yes, operational in India.
And it is currently getting expanded.
Yeah,
so
in a
current-
rural area maybe.
In rural areas, there is a scope for improvement. And that is one of, we can say, the scope of future works as far as this research is concerned.
Means that if they are aware,
Yes.
the kind of actually awareness among the people, then they will avail this telecommunication.
Exactly,
area.
exactly.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Nice
Thank you so
presentation.
much. Thank you.
Next up, I would like to call Sukumar B. Reddy. Sukumar B. Reddy is a treasury and financial systems professional based in Dallas, Texas. He specializes in enterprise finance and treasury system design and delivery. His expertise spans SAP financials, including GL, AP, AR, asset accounting, and financial close. So you are not audible?
Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. This is Sukumar Reddy, and I would like to thank everyone, our respected chair, distinguished guests, fellow speakers, and faculty members. It's been truly honor for me to join you as a keynote speaker at the international conferences on trends in engineering, technology, and business management. So just I would like to give my small keynote speech on everyone is very well aware of topics that I'm going to speak, but then I would like to bring something a new industry. Adapted feature that that can be used in your in your business systems or sustainable models that you're building. Okay, like today every organization uses AI and models to predict something, like to predict a demand or a diseases or a customer behavior, stock failures or a system stock prices or system failures. But prediction does not alone create the sustainability. What matters is how do we design the our decision system, be it the earlier presentation that we have seen, and wherever you kind of develop the system, in what way can you bring sustainability to your system or a model or whatever it is. Okay. In the next decade, I see that organizations that survive will not be the one with the most data, but the one that the engineers better with decision making. Okay, that should be the anchor in general. So the problem statement that I would like to bring up in my based off my understanding and experience is to be simple and to keep it simple. AI gives.
No, kindly share your presentation also, if it is not visible to us.
Okay, I was not, instructed to, present a PPT. Just I was authorized to, speak as a keynote speaker.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So yeah, so businesses needs the better decisions. AI gives them better and better predictions. Sustainability needs long-term thinking, and then most systems are optimized. For now, most systems are optimized for very short-term or a narrow period of time metrics. So the real question here is, how do we accurate the model? The real question is, the decision system is resilient or transparent or responsible. Now everyone is with you, like engineers or business students or AI students. So the course structure, uh, there are three main pillars. One is reliability, transparency, and risk-aware optimization. So when I say reliability, systems must work under stress, meaning any supply chain disruptions or power grid failures, anything, but still systems should proceed ahead, giving the better decisions. Like when, as in our previous conversation, we have seen the healthcare overloads and everything. So my message here is, the sustainability system is one that continues to function when the conditions changes. This connects to the engineers and students. Second one is the pillar transparency. Uh, Pillar transparency, coming to the pillar transparency, it is the actual black box system that creates the risk. Example, AI in hiring or AI in lending, AI in medical diagnosis. Let's say if we cannot, if we cannot explain a decision, we cannot govern it. And if we cannot govern it, we cannot trust it. This connects to AI plus business students, what I mean to say. The third pillar is risk aware optimization. Most AI models optimize accuracy, sustainability systems, optimize risk, simple explanation. Okay, so these are the things that, and let me give you one practical domain example. And yeah, so one practical domain that I see in recent time.
But I would like to request if you could just please conclude soon.
Yes, yeah. With this example, I'll complete. So one big challenge, or one practical example that I've seen in recent days is choosing something broad, like AI in supply chain. Uh, to explain simply, most models predict demand, company optimize inventory based on that, and climate disruption hits it, then entire system of planning and execution gets collapsed, and the optimized efficiency, everything gets collapsed. Then let me say with this, sustainability is not about being efficient, but sustainability is about being prepared. And uh, so, so my closing or my statement to the students or AI engineers across the industries and educationalists, I would say, bring it together. That is, is engineering is not just building the systems, but it is about building the endurance. Then the future of the sustainability, uh, business is not to better predict, but the better decision making architectures. Okay, so if we design the intelligent and resilient and transparent systems, and the risk awareness at the core, sustainability will not be an add-on, but we will build the systems by itself. With this, I would like to conclude my keynote speaker, and I would like to, say all the best to the forthcoming presentations.
Thank you, sir, for delivering the wonderful keynote speech. Sir, I have just a simple query. As you have used the terminology risk optimization, is this risk optimization here you means by minimizing the risk or something else?
Okay, there are two things that I look. First, we kind of identify the risk, and second one is, and then we kind of build models to evade the risk. As I said, for now, it is only like prediction is what we are. Most of the systems are delivering, but eventually we have to evade the risk. I mean, that is where we need to build a sustainability. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. If anybody want to ask any query? Okay, thank you so much, sir. Sukumar sir, thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
Moving on, I would like to call Ekta Abhishek Tandon, Anu Gupta Agarwal, the paper ID 8. The paper title Time Delayed Software Reliability Growth Model with Fault Identification and Fault Removal Roles.
I think Ekta is presenting this paper. Huh? So Ekta, you have 5 minutes for the presentation and 2 minutes for the question answer session. Thank you. Yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. The topic of my presentation is time delayed software reliability growth model. Time delayed software reliability growth model with non-linear fault detection and removal rates. The outlines of my presentation are introduction, mathematical model, stability analysis, numerical simulation, results and discussion, references. Software reliability is one of the most important challenges in modern systems. Failures occur when hidden faults are triggered, and if these faults are not quickly identified and removed, they can accumulate and reduce system dependability. To study this process, we adapt the classical SIR epidemic model into reliability framework. Epidemic model provides a powerful framework for software reliability because it explains how failures spread, how delays and resource limits affect debugging.
Directly model development partner. It's in the introduction.
These are the parameters used in our proposed model, where R denotes growth rate of failure observation, K is maximum number of distinct failures that can be observed, beta is fault activation rate, alpha is complexity factor, gamma is isolation of fault containing modules, nu is unresolved faults carried over into multiple releases, theta fault removal rate, D is duplicate error reports, sigma is maximum number of faults that can be removed per unit of time, Xi is limitation in the removal of identified faults. Rho 1 is time lag between failure observation and fault identification. And Rho 2 is time lag between fault identification and fault removal. In our proposed model, we used SIR modeling where S of t represents number of failures observed at time t. I of t denotes number of faults identified at time t. R of t is number of faults removed at time t. This is the given system of delayed differential equations in which we use logistic growth rate of failure observation and non-linear fault detection rate and non-linear fault removal rate. Uh, in this proposed delayed differential equation model, we have two types of equilibria: fault-free equilibrium and endemic equilibrium. In fault-free equilibrium, we find the equilibria value by taking steady state and by putting I, that is the number of faults identified, equal to 0. Then we obtain the equilibria state for fault is E not equal K0, where K is number of distinct type of faults present in the system. And in endemic equilibrium is the Endemic equilibrium is the equilibria condition where the rate of fault introduction and fault removal uh, is equal, and it is find out by using the steady states of S and I and calculating the values of S and I by numerical methods. Now basic reproduction number. Basic reproduction represents the average number of failures observed per unit fault. And if we take R naught less than 1, then it means on an average one fault occurs a failure less than 1. So it fault removal exceeds new fault activation. So it is a stable state. And when R naught greater than 1, it means per fault introduces one more than one failure. Numerical simulation. The given model is numerical simulated in Python. For numerical simulation, we use initial values of Si and R as 15, 6, and 0, and the endemic equilibrium state is computed numerically and find out to be S star is 173, I star 4.5, R star 11, indicating a persistent fault backlog. And for the numerical simulation, we take the parameter values, this table, these values are taken for numerical simulation, and we compute the graphs for forward bifurcation and effect of alpha on I star and effect of gamma, sigma.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but please conclude soon.
Then results is the system converges to a stable equilibrium where failure observation, identification, and removal balance, that is the endemic equilibrium, and threshold R naught equal 1 determines system behavior where forward bifurcation occurs, and R naught less than 1 means faults are eliminated, and greater than 1 implies faults are persistent. Detection and removal delays introduce oscillations and slow convergence. Large delays can destabilize the system and cause temporary fault surges. Now discussion. The system evolves towards a stable endemic equilibrium in which failure observation, fault identification, and removal processes balance each other. The basic reproduction number R naught acts as a threshold parameter. When R naught less than 1, the fault backlog diminishes, and R naught greater than 1 implies fault persists, and R naught equal 1 is the stage for forward bifurcation. And sensitivity analysis indicates that increasing the complexity factor alpha and isolation effectiveness gamma reduces fault propagation, and enhancing repair capacity sigma significantly improves system stability and reduces backlog, while resource limitations in the removal process hinder fault clearance and increase persistent faults. These findings highlight the critical importance of timely fault detection. Thank you.
Question. I have actually first question. In your model, go to the PPT. You are saying that the time delay in between.
Delay between fault failure observation. In this model, I have taken two types of fault time delays. First is time delay between failure observation and fault identification, and second one is from fault identification to failure fault removal.
Yeah, this topic actually is a very interesting interdisciplinary approach. But actually, I have already used this concept. That's why I have two actually questions in this interdisciplinary approach. First, actually, in a epidemic model, death is there.
Yes.
Always, if you define a epidemic model, so we have death, and then in the last we have actually recovered birth and death concept. So point is that I think there is no consideration about birth and death.
Sir,
yes.
I have not taken population n as constant. That s plus I plus r is not constant in this case.
That's why I'm saying that either is a constant or non-constant.
Constant.
In a case of epidemic, death is always there due to the actually disease. Clear? And birth is also there. There is two factor. Second thing, in a fault-free equilibrium point, you are using correct word. We can actually suppose we are saying that the basic reproduction number is actually an epidemic equilibrium. There actually some interpretation in so we have to define actually some new terminology. Suppose you are writing a fault-free equilibrium, that's a good, because we are trying to write a similar actually concept in a fault detection process. So this process is actually really, we think about it, we have a similar actually behavior. Second thing, in case of stability. Stability, what is, I have a question, what is the meaning of the stability actually? If you are applying this concept, stability analysis, what is your interpretation about the stability analysis and software reliability models?
In this, we, sir, Hindi में बता दो.
Why not? You should be comfortable. My only intention, I want to actually face-to-face interaction so that this area can be actually improved and we can really apply epidemic concept in a software reliability, because the new area I've already tried, but I have certain question from the actually researcher. So the first question is stability, because in epidemic we have a long run. Whenever we are talking about stability, so means is that there's a long run. In short run, we cannot apply stability analysis. T tends to infinity means is that actually system tends to the equilibrium point. The point is that if when a fault actually software testing, failure observe actually testing and then removal. In that case, if you are saying that T tends to infinity, in that case, this type of theory really exists. Mathematically is correct. And it's a new approach, and it's a really open a new area of
Number of faults in a system can't be infinite. It is always finite.
no
software system.
stability analysis. What is the interpretation?
Sir, if we have, हमारे पास कुछ faults आ रहे हैं and we can remove them. अगर faults की जो है number of faults बहुत ज्यादा हो जाए और हम उनको correct ना कर पाए, उनको एक सही टाइम पे एक टाइम से हम जो हमारी कैपेसिटी है कैरिंग कैपेसिटी उनको रिमूव करने की, उस कैपेसिटी से वो बहुत ज्यादा हो जाए तो उसको कहेंगे अनस्टेबल.
No, actually stability is that suppose we are writing system of differential equation and we are substituting this value is equal to 0. Clear? So this state variable give you a value. Hence is that you are saying that the x tends to this value as t tends to infinity. So point is that this system is stable.
Yes.
Suppose we are not able to finite means is that t tends to infinity, we are approaching towards that point. It's a stable. Suppose t is increasing and we are moving away that point. This type of system is known as actually unstable. And in epidemic models, basically we use actually the in a population, because the 2 year, 3 year like the COVID, and now 5, 6 year we have a case of the COVID. So that's why actually we are talking about in long run what is the meaning of the actually stability analysis. Your work is very nice. I appreciate it because I've already tried this type of concept. I've reviewed several papers. Actually, I've reviewed one paper not related to the stability analysis, but he used the concept of control theory, because we are talking about finite time period. So we have to convert, this is my suggestion actually. You can use this concept in a finite time interval, and in place of actually stability analysis, we can go for actually control strategy. Clear?
Okay, sir. I'll consider your suggestion.
I'm not discouraging you, but there is a question from the reviewer side. What is the actually significance of stability in that case? So there's maybe a negative. Your actually model formulation is very good. You can use delay optimal control theory concept and delay control without delay and delay, and you can make the actually interpretation in that case. But if you write the stability terms in there, there's a question mark from the reviewer. This is my suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you,
Nice
sir.
presentation.
Yeah,
Thank you.
thank you, Kuldeep sir and Ekta, for the wonderful presentation, and congratulations for you for the nice presentation. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Moving on. I would like to say Santosh Walke, Taj SZ, with paper ID 51, the paper titled AI Assisted Reliability Assessment of Electrolyzer Systems with Multiple Degradation and Failure Modes using Markov Framework. Is paper ID 51 present? I would like to call Shriyant Sangam, Mandeep Mittal, 68 with the paper title Designing Next Generation Sustainable Supply Chain Networks for the Pharmaceutical Organization.
The offline mode actually.
Yeah.
Yes, Mr. Sriyesh Shanga, are you there? No, no, move on.
Next up, I would like to call Amit Srivastav, Pallab Sikdar, paper ID 92 with the paper title Mortgages in Indian Housing Microfinance.
ये वाला ये ना हम उसको एक बार दोबारा कर लो शेयर कर लो Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Amit Srivastav, PhD scholar at Amity University, Noida. My topic is role of micro mortgages in Indian rural periphery beyond housing microfinance. So, my paper examines the role of micro mortgages and consider it as a transition phase between the housing microfinance and affordable housing segment. So, I just want to twin upon couple of things here. So, this is the Indian financial institutions. So what I'm talking about is the non-banking financial companies, basically MFI, microfinance institutions, and HFC, which is housing finance companies. So we're talking about three products here. So microfinance, as the name suggests, is an unsecured lending. A housing microfinance means lending given for home improvement and partial home renovation. These are the informal lending, which a ticket size ranges from 10,000 to 1 lakh. Unsecured lending, if we talk about the other side of the horizon, is the formal affordable housing, which is so microfinance is governed by a regulatory authority. RBI has the MFI authority. Affordable housing is also governed by RBI authority, which is NHB, National Housing Bank. Affordable housing starts from ticket size, which is in excess of 7 lakh, 8 lakhs, up to 10 lakhs, and goes up to higher amount. So this is the main slide. What I'm talking about is we have housing microfinance, we have affordable housing segment. If somebody wants a loan which is a ticket size between 1 to 5 lakh, therein this micro mortgages term comes into picture. So my research questions are how micro mortgage products differ from housing microfinance and conventional affordable mortgage loans, and why housing microfinance and affordable mortgage loans not able to fulfill the housing improvement purchases in rural and semi-urban areas. The methodology I've used is secondary data analysis. I have gone through the websites of the housing finance companies, their annual reports, credit rating agency reports,
and the NHB and RBI regulatory framework and the booklets. I have done this as a descriptive part, and then I have done the comparison of all the three topics in question, which is housing microfinance, micro mortgages, and the affordable housing. Findings which I have done. So the MFI, the microfinance companies, they have a loan size up to 1 lakh. That is unsecured lending. The limitation here is that this amount is not enough to buy purchase a small house or major construction. Second comes from the other side of horizon comes the affordable housing finance, which has generally ticket size in excess of 7, 8 lakh, 10 lakhs. They are backed by the property collaterals, and but again this issue is in the people in rural and semi-urban areas who have informal income, informal property, they are not able to assess this affordable segment. Therein this comes this micro mortgages. I just go to the funding part. Now, if somebody requires loan which is 1 lakh, less than 1 lakh, then they go to microfinance. If somebody wants a loan in excess of 5 lakh, they go to affordable housing segment. Now, the customer who wants a loan between 1 to 5 lakh, this ticket size, people who are having the property but that is not a formal property, where they should go. So for this, NHB and RBI should come with certain policies which should be for this micro mortgages, and we should identify and understand that this term is important and it is different from housing microfinance and affordable housing segment. My principal argument was micro mortgage loans signify a structural shift from a housing microfinance traditional home loans. Why? Because we are rural prosperity, they want higher loan. Incremental housing needs, they want to construct a better house, they want to renovate their houses, but they are not part of housing microfinance, neither they are part of affordable housing segment. So my conclusion is, micro mortgage represent an important but fragile bridge between housing microfinance and the traditional housing segment, and this is what I have done, basically secondary analysis. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. As you have used secondary data.
Yes, yes.
So you have mentioned that you have used website. You have not, written any particular website.
No, I have, as if I go back, I have examined nine microfinance companies and 8 housing finance companies. Total 17
and you have taken secondary data from these, 9
Yes,
companies.
and their annual reports.
Okay.
Credit report and
Which tool you have used for the data analysis purpose?
I have not used any tool. I have just comparison basis what the data which I have. So I have captured the data as a product category and the loan amount, and then identified that there is a segment which nobody is catering to. So my point is that somebody should cater to the 1 to 5 lakh segment. There are 3 companies who are serving this segment, but they are facing higher delinquencies in excess of 9% and 10%, and they have stopped giving money to this segment. So somebody has to cater to the segment. Although three people were doing, but then now they have stopped it.
But how you can say that 3 companies are only involving in such kind of financial activity?
I have analyzed this. I have checked 9 MFI companies also, 10 housing finance companies also, and I have worked in the sectors last 10 years.
Have you gone through the literature that there is only 3 companies?
No. In terms of there is no company which is giving micro mortgages loan. There is no company. People do confuse housing microfinance as micro mortgages, but microfinance is an unsecured lending and mortgage is secured lending. People do confuse the 2 terms, but these are not similar terms. And in terms of affordable housing segment, there are only 3 players who are doing the ticket size of this amount. If you see, these are the 7 companies which I have taken, these are 13 companies which are taken for microfinance, which have a ticket size less than 1 lakh. And these are the 7 companies which are in the affordable housing segment space, which are giving in excess of 7, 8 lakhs.
Yeah, I mean, it's just my, sincere, advice to you.
Yep.
As you are claiming that you find out, only 3 companies for which you have, taken the data for the analysis purpose. Kindly go through the proper literature review and try to find out all the companies.
Sure, there are 92.
And then systematically, then you can claim that that these are the only companies from where you have taken.
There are 92 housing finance companies registered with NHB right now, and nobody is doing in affordable segment.
Try to incorporate these suggestions.
Sure.
Thank you. Anybody, any question, please? Yeah, thank you.
I would like to call Akansha Jain and Anushka, paper ID 106 with the paper title An Analytical Framework for Identifying Critical Knowledge Attitude Behavior Gaps in Sustainable Fashion. Next up, I would like to call Nishant Yadav, Anuji Agarwal, Abhishek Tandon, and Akash, paper ID 109, with the paper title Analyze the Role of Offline and Online Marketing Efforts for Converting Leads into Sales, an application of FRF modeling.
Good afternoon, everyone. Respected chairperson and my good afternoon to everyone. My name is Nishant Yadav, Department of Operation Research, Delhi University, and today I am presenting analysis the role of offline and online marketing efforts for converting leads into sales, an application of FRF modeling. My objective of study are the major funnel leakage and evaluate marketing strategy effectiveness, improve conversion rates, optimize resource allocation, and increase return on investment. In this, FRS means funnel reproduction factor. Okay, in introduction, in today highly competitive the data-driven marketing environment, organization invest significant resource in generating lead through digital champion, social media, email marketing, and other proportional strategies. The concept of funnel reduction factor is introduced as the performance measure framework. FRS provides a structure and quantitative method to evaluate how efficiently marketing strategy lead losses across the funnel study. And in my research framework, I will do it at the first to identify the problem, and then we are going to literature review, conceptual framework, and data collection, then parameter estimate, model validation, and then we go to result and analysis. In research methodology, will discuss that already. This is the data collection. ये मैंने data collection किया है. This is collected by the real life related to real life external educational platform data. उसमें P मैंने innovations को दिया है और एस्टिमेट किया है, और Q इमिटेशंस, और A मार्केट पोटेंशियल, और R है फनल रिट्रैक्शन. इन मैथमेटिकल मॉडल, ये मेरा मॉडल है, और इसमें मैंने जो फनल रिडक्शन फैक्टर है वो मैंने ये रखा है, और फिर मैंने अप्लाई किया है. देन वी फाइंड आउट द रिजल्ट्स. जब मैंने इसको भाई अप्लाई किया तो जो मेरे I है ग्राफ, conversion maximum likelihood parameter estimate demonstrating stable optimization and model consistency, adoption rates and cumulative diffusion pattern based on the classical BAS model, and comparison of customer retention growth and stage-wise funnel resistance decay across the conversion process, and stage-wise adoption probability and hazard rate dynamic within the marketing funnels, and so on. Okay, the finally we conclude that my result will be what we will study and what will be found out that first of all, as usual, we are reduce opportunity to loss and improve revenue performance, and competition plan design play critical medicating role in straightness funnel effectiveness. Primary objective of FRF is to create a structure and quantitative approach for minimize lead loss within the marketing funnel. Okay. These are the implications where we are implicate that the study extend in classical BAS diffusion framework by incorporating time varying efficiency factor, making it more applicable for sales funnel dynamics and it introduced the FRF as a measurable construct that link marketing strategy, sales, and compensation design and conversation outcomes. And so on, sales, compensation, acceleration, and quota design should be aligned in improve funnel efficiency, not just total revenue. Okay, these are the reference, and thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Nishant, for the presentation. Which data set you have used for the data analysis purpose?
सर मैंने ये डेटा सेट एक्सटर्नल एजुकेशनल प्लेटफॉर्म है वहां से उठाया है और इसको जो हमें जो लीड्स मिलती हैं उसको मतलब कि कैसे उसको मिनिमाइज को मतलब कि उसको मतलब कम प्रॉफिट के लिए यूज किया जाए उसके लिए
Parameter estimation. So in that case, we have two types.
Yes, I can understand that. And in external data platform, there are severally many stages. Media platform 1, media platform 2, and digital platform also. Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Marketing effort.
Yes, sir.
We are using some parameters.
Yes, sir.
Write a mathematical model.
Yes, sir.
Question is that you have estimated the value of the parameter.
Yes, sir. I will do that from. Okay.
FRF actually there is a word in a software related.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I know that. Yes, sir.
We have recently Kapoor sir published a research article in actually related to the market adoption increment factor.
Oh,
As I
don't know, sir.
We approach like software intelligent marketing. Yes.
Yeah.
You can take a reference from this paper.
Okay, sir.
Okay, thank you, Nishant. Thank you, Nishant.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Yeah,
anybody can.
Next presenter, please. I think paper ID number 69.
Yeah. Yes. Barbara Chawat and Mandeep Mittal and this.
Next up, I would like to call paper ID 69, Pradeepa Rajawat, Mandeep Mittal, Biswajat Sarkar with the paper title A Dynamic Sustainable Inventory Model with Endogenous Demand, Controllable Exploitation and Carbon Trading.
My screen is visible?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Good afternoon to all of you. I am Pratibha Rajawat. Today I am here presenting the presentation. My presentation title is the paper ID is 69 and title name is the Dynamic Sustainability Inventory Model with Endogenous Demand, Controllable Deterioration and the Carbon Trading. Now I am going to next slide. Yes.
You can actually convert your PPT in full screen mode.
Okay. Sure, sir.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. These are the outlines for the presentation. First is the introduction, second is the literature review, third is the research problem, fourth is the proposed mathematical model, third is the references. In the result, conclusion, future word, and the references. Now I am going to next slide. This is the abstract. This approach to flow up the difficult and the wait, sir.
Please go to the mathematical model directly.
Now, introduction of the supply chain management. Nothing but supply chain product made by manufacturer go to retailer and then customer. It is the supply chain. These are the literature review. Pressinger et al. In 1983 proposed a seminal work. The study influenced the external Salema and Java in 2000. Effective item impact inventory management efficiency. V et al. In 2007 created. Yes, sir.
Yes, please skip the literature and go to the mathematical models. You have 5
Similarly, these are literature review.
Presentation and 2 or 3.
Challenge in the supply chain management and the this is the mathematical model preservation demand inventory dynamic and the preservation depend demand. Now initial inventory Q1 and the item varying time varying preservation depend demand DT where the wasteland and the market grow the preservation include quality effect in deterioration driven inventory decay. Now the time depend interval 0 से T0 positive inventory model, and the T1 the shortest period the backlogging, and the T1 is the time is the inventory level is 0. Replacement of the inventory equation dt is the dt alpha, where alpha beta mu t minus ka mu theta ut dt minus ka lambda dt, where alpha is the baseline market expensive, ut is the preservation imperfect, and the mu the deteriorating product demand, del dt the neural market completion of the situation, the alpha is the nickel market simultaneous, and the beta greater than zero effectiveness and the preservation on demand, and theta mu the preservation demand and deteriorating dead neural net and decay completion. Now this is the preservation depend demand. We deteriorating rate is the mu theta e naught k to the power minus q, where k is the decay and demand. Now, implementation of the increasing preservation effect, reduce deteriorating quality, imperfect improvement, slow product decay. Preservation effect assume constant during the replacement cycle. Mu u2 is equal to u greater than or equal to 0, and preservation depend deteriorating due to theta not e to the power minus k is equal to 0. Where the constant preservation u2 is the demand dynamic, solving the equation first in the solving the equation mathematical modeling in the rewriting the dt theta plus u minus k u dt is equal to alpha plus beta u. Let the solution of the above differential equation. Now the inventory depletion during the positive inventory periods satisfy the equation, and the substituting the demand function with initial condition inventory q naught is equal to capital Q, solving the inventory differential equation, solving the equation differential equation, and the initial time t1 is equal to t1, solving the inventory differential equation and the obtained solution, and during the shortest period t1 t inventory level satisfy equation, finding the equation to a substitute demand and the boundary condition I2 it is equal to 0. Now the solution of the shortest differential equation and the inventory cycle satisfy boundary condition which implicitly the detailed replacement quality. And formula of the calculating the different cost, what is the holding cost, deteriorating cost, in the shortest cost, local cost in the define as the total transportation cost, in the cost of degradation, the cost of the transformation related greenhouse emission could be expressed, this is the total, and the cost carbon emissions what is the define as the. Now total average cost numerical problem, this is the numerical and the optimal order quality find the graph. Optimal cost for the individual month, and the highest month 12th, and the highest optimal cost is the 1421, and the total carbon emission cost is the 69 point, and the total ordering cost the 46 highest, and the cycle length is 5.35. Overall comparison of the all model, as you can see the graph, and the preservation effect, the effective decay rate, the preservative defect preservation effect u2 increase from the winter mid years of the peak during the summer month June to July, and the sustainability decline towards winter. This behavior reflects the seasonality of the operational policy rather than the second the decay rate theta t virus the with the preservation effect u2 as the preservation effect decrease smoothly and the reaches the minimum around mid year as preservation effect.
Interrupt.
Yes,
Can you please conclude a little faster?
this is the conclusion. Proposed inventory model, the preservation depend deteriorating successfully operational dynamics showing the smooth adjustment cycle length and ordering quantity and the across month. Numerical result indicate the higher preservation effect the during mid-year, reduced deteriorating leading the longer replacement, and the cycle significantly lower optimal cost. Third is the optimal ordering quantity. The carbon emission cost remain stable without variable conforming the requirements of practical flexibility of the seasonality adjust policy. Fourth is this economic efficiency and environmental sustainability.
Yes, Pratibha, actually,
Yes, sir.
we have actually read your PPT. I have a few questions only. A good mathematical model. you are using preservation effect in a case of it's a deterioration.
Deteriorating nature.
Deterioration in we use the deterioration in inventory. Yes.
Yes, sir. Food food product.
Food product, and you have decay in a demand also. Two concepts are there. So you are using actually optimization by using derivative concept, and you are writing UT. And if we what is the actually you are optimizing cost, but under what control variable? Because if you are using this preservation effect, and simply we assume exponential, and we are not actually finding optimal value, so what is the actually use of this particular function?
I use the different time machine learning model and they predict the demand and different time machine learning model then predict the demand.
Not saying that we are using machine learning. Machine learning actually we are using on a data set, I think.
Yes,
You
sir.
write a code in a machine learning for this inventory model.
Yes, sir. Python code in.
We can write actually a solution of system of differential equation in Python in MATLAB.
No, sir. No, sir.
To understand what actually meaning of the machine learning. My only concern actually, your model is very good. Formulation is very nice, and you are writing optimization problem is a field of my interest. That's why I'm asking a few questions. But point is that if you are writing a actually effect, preservation effect, like it's a control variable, so that we can control deterioration actually. Yes. Otherwise, I think there is no objective for this particular term. We are writing deterioration in preservation effect terms. We can write a constant quantity in place of this function.
Sorry, sir. I cannot recall this.
Okay, there's no issue, but you can actually use. It's a very nice presentation, and thank you for your presentation. And
Thank you, sir.
We'd like to call our next presenter, Deepak Meena, Abhishek Tandon, and Anu Gupta Agarwal for the presentation of paper ID 110, paper title Assessing the Popularity of Green Products Using Online Customer Reviews.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Deepak Meena. I am a PhD scholar in the Department of Operational Research in University of Delhi. And my topic is assessing the popularity of green products using online customer reviews. As we all know, the growing urgency of climate change is encouraging eco-friendly consumer behavior, and green products are playing essential role in this transition. And in particularly, energy efficient home appliances are the perfect example for green products and a perfect example for the green product. And studying the popularity of green products, since the green products are becoming so important for this transition, studying the popularity of green products is essential. So these are my research objective, which is to build an integrated approach combining sentiment analysis, econometric modeling, and ML to assess the green product popularity, and to examine the impact of consumer perception and sentiment on the popularity and market performance of green products, and last to validate the framework's ability to predict the green popularity using advanced ML techniques. So this is the main slide for. So in this study, the first step is to acquire the relevant data. For our study, we used Maculae Labs Amazon dataset, which is the Amazon's which is a dataset of data which are data of the products which are available on Amazon website, and their reviews are present in this dataset. For our study, we choose two types of product categories, which is refrigerators and air conditioners. Green refrigerators and air conditioners. And after filter outing green refrigerators, and we filter out 368 refrigerators and 578 air conditioners, and extracted the reviews of those products only. Since we have those two product categories, we treated both the so this is my mathematical model, and so can I explain this a bit? So this a bit. Since when we had the data, we did the data pre-processing. After that, we applied the LDA topic modeling, and we extracted 6 topics for each product categories. After that, we applied topic-wise sentiment score for every review of each product for both the product categories, and after that we have for every product we have its average rating and average sentiment score of 6 topics, and then we developed a model in which average rating is my dependent variable, and topic wise sentiment score of 6 topics was my independent variable. These are the models, and these are the name of the topics for each product categories, and this is after that
Dependent variables.
So my independent variables are the topics which I extracted using LDA topic modeling, and after that we calculated the sentiment score for each topic, particularly compound sentiment score for each topic, and used it as a independent variable. After that, we applied 3 machine learning models to validate, and which is ANNR. So this is a continuous data which I calculated using Python, which I extracted using Python. And so after that, we applied ANN, RNN for both the product categories, and as a result, we saw that ANN performed better for both the products, with the accuracy in the case of air conditioner with the accuracy of 0.8174, and in the case of refrigerators, it is 0.7500. Thank you, sir. Sir, multiple linear regression. Sir, this is the econometrics model which I used.
So your response variable is, metric or non-metric?
So response variable is metric.
Dependent variable.
Sir.
So here you are talking about, average rating. So how you will explain the average rating?
Sir, to study the popularity, we use average.
The outcome of average rating. It's a complete, number.
So it's a complete number between it's an average of total number of reviews, for each the product. So it is a number.
Okay. Thank you.
So it is the open source data which is available for on Maculae Labs, and yes, sir. No, sir. No. Yes, sir.
Okay. Anybody, any question, please? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you for the nice presentation. I think
Last presentation.
is ना हो गया. अच्छा बचा है.
Yes. And if
Paper ID 118.
Yeah. So we'd like to call our next presenter, Anjali, HD Arora, Pratiksha Tiwari, and Alka Rani. Paper ID 118. Paper title: An Efficient Correlation Coefficient Measure under Fermatune Fuzzy Environment with Decision Making Applications. I've got it.
Yeah, Anjali, you have only 5 minutes for the presentation. Just highlight your key points only.
Okay, sir.
Thank you.
Good afternoon to all of you. I am Manjali from Mathematics Department, MIT University, Noida. And my topic is an efficient correlation coefficient measure under permission fuzzy environment with decision-making applications. These are outlines of my research. Here are basic definitions related to the article: fuzzy set, intrinsic fuzzy set theory, and Pythagorean fuzzy set and formation fuzzy sets. This is my proposed correlation coefficient measure. Here I have 4 properties related to the article, and these are the axioms to satisfy the measure. This is the algorithm, and I have applied it in medical diagnosis problem. I have applied my measure in medical diagnosis application, where I have taken 4 patients. Is that audible? Where I have taken 4 patients and 4 diseases which having 5 symptoms. In which I have taken all the permission fuzzy values. After applying my measure, I have concluded that patient 1 may be suffering from typhoid, patient 2 also may be suffering from typhoid, and patient 3 may be suffering from chickenpox, and patient 4 may be suffering from typhoid. Thank you.
So, for which purpose you have used MCDM techniques?
सर मैंने मेडिकल डायग्नोसिस में लगाया और पैटर्न रिकॉग्निशन में भी लगाया है. मैंने सिर्फ इसलिए कि जैसे अगर हम किसी डॉक्टर के पास जाते हैं वो हमारे सिम्टम्स के बेसिस पे हमें जज करता है कि हमें कौन कौन से टेस्ट प्रेफर करने चाहिए. उसी तरह से मैंने एज ए डॉक्टर उसके पास भी कोई प्रॉपर डाटा नहीं होता है, कुछ नहीं होता है. सिम्टम्स को कंसीडर करता है कि अगर मतलब पेशेंट को फीवर है
Okay, so okay, thank you. The last presentation, 51, paper ID 51, please share. AI assist reliability assessment of electrolysis system with the multiple degradation and
Yeah, good evening, everyone. I hope everyone is seeing my screen and I'm audible clearly.
Visible and audible.
Thank you very much, Chair. So I am Dr. Taj from National University of Science and Technology, presenting this paper on behalf of my team. This is AI-assisted reliability assessment of electrolyzer systems, where we are considering multiple degradation and failure types, and we will be using a regenerative Markov framework. So quickly, I'll go through the abstract. The model maps real electrolyzer behavior across healthy, degraded, and failed states. And the framework shows how long the system stays in each state and how it transitions, and provides insights on availability, maintainability, and performance deterioration. And I'll main highlight will be the AI predictors. We will be comparing the results using some smart AI predictors. So objective is to develop a probabilistic realistic reliability model using Markov regenerative approach for the electrolyzer. And we'll be classifying the degradation by types, and we'll be comparing with the AI based predictive models. And we will also conduct a sensitivity analysis to identify the impact of key parameters on the performance of the system. This is a figure where we have shown the electrolyzer system, which is used for compressing the hydrogen, and also so that it can match the compressing the or reducing the volume by compressing the hydrogen, and so that it can match the requirements of pressure. So we have considered here 3 degraded states, and the remaining are the fade states. Degradation, 2 types mainly we have considered: membrane degradation and electrode degradation. And these are some data which we have collected: the parameters, the inspection rate, the restoration rates, and all those required rates. And just to point here that the company which has provided the data uses a very advanced SCADA monitoring system for collecting the data. So this is a 5 years data which has been collected from the company. So Markov, this is the modeling approach. Quickly, Markov regenerative framework is used to model the real degradation and failure patterns. And we have evaluated availability and the other important reliability parameters like mean maintenance times and number of maintenances. In general, the model reveals how long the electrolyzer stays in healthy and degraded states, how it fails and how it recovers. These are some of our mathematical equations. I think I can quickly skip them. The equations for the sojourn times, the availability, the maintenances, number of maintenances expected, and the expected busy period of the maintenance teams. Now, this is the estimations. The reliability indices are mainly we have worked on, we have obtained number of restorations, inspections, and busy period of maintenance team for various types of restorations. But our main focus here is availability, which we have evaluated through our traditional probabilistic modeling as 0.9115. Whereas one of our AI team member, who is a co-author, he has used the data to estimate the availability using random forest model, which comes out to be 0.9948. So a considerable difference is seen. And I have so both ARIMA and RF predicts high availability, but they tend to be a little optimistic as they learn patterns from the data only. In contrast, our probabilistic model is more conservative and grounded in the actual system structure, so reflecting physical behavior more accurately. So quickly, I'll go through the sensitivity analysis also. We conducted a sensitivity analysis. I have highlighted only the important parameters here. There are 7 or 8 others also. The most affecting is the rate of deterioration, and the least effect is produced by the beta, that is the inspection rate. So the system availability is most affected by degradation rate and least affected by inspection rate. So I'll quickly conclude, show my key results. So the Markov model reveals deeper structural behavior, captures realistic transitions, aging effects, and non-exponential sojourn times. ARIMA and random forest complement as short-term predictive tools. Dominant influencing factor is alpha, and our result shows that the system spends very little time in degraded or failed states. And strategic takeaway will be to implement the effective preventive maintenance strategies and reduce degradation rate for system longevity. And some improvements which we can suggest is optimized cooling, design modification. And one comment I received from my AI expert who was sorry not to be here today. We see, I'm just quoting his words, we see AI as a valuable addition, not as a replacement of a traditional modeling. So this was his very interesting comment, which I wanted to share with all of you. So this is part of a project which we are ongoing, and we hope that in the next phase of the same conference, we will be coming up with a digital twin. We have We have hired Siemens to work on that, and hopefully we will be presenting some very interesting results in the next phase of the same conference. So that's all from my side. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Taj, for sharing the insightful information. If anybody want to ask any query, please ask.
We are using Markov modeling framework. Means that we are using stochasticity. Yeah.
Yes, Professor.
Actually, in a case, we can use some actually noise type concept. We can write a actually stochastic differential equation type. If you are using the same actually framework by using actually stochastic differential equation type ETO type actually to rely to obtain a reliability assessment, because few papers actually like by Yamda et al. We use stochastic differential equations to represent actually software reliability assessment. And so basically I want to know that what is the difference in Markov in your model and traditional software reliability growth model using stochastic differential equation.
Professor, now we are trying to go ahead of the traditional probabilistic models, which I think which has come to a very saturated state now.
Yeah.
So we are moving towards more use of artificial intelligence. Actually, we are trying to move with the world. Yes.
Machine learning, data analysis. You are using machine learning.
Yes, Professor. So that is what we are doing actually. The traditional probabilistic modeling and the AI results we are trying to compare actually. That is the main.
So your machine learning model give a better result if we compare with the traditional model.
Yes, Professor. That is the main work actually. That is what I said in the future also. We are working on a digital twin this time. Hopefully we will get something very interesting. So
yes. Okay.
Thank you for your advice also. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Now we'd like to invite Shreya Sangam and Mandeep Mittal with paper ID 68, paper title. Yeah. Paper title Designing Next Generation Sustainable Supply Chain Networks for the Pharmaceutical Organization.
It's an offline mode. She is not there.
Online.
It is online mode, sir. Shreyash, are you there? I think he is trying to join, but I think you are not adding him.
Okay. Please. Sir, I think it's in a maybe not it's mentioned over there in on.
Not join.
No, he is joining and again. Please accept his joining.
There is no request in the meet actually.
Question is there, sir. Which one?
This request.
Please add him. He is asking me to add him, but I don't have administrative power, so I can't add him. So he is trying last 1 hour.
Yes, sir. We are actually taking advice from our technician. Yeah.
Yes, sir. Please, Kuldeep, sir, please see that.
Yes, sir.
Let me call him again.
Sir, I've joined. Good afternoon, good evening.
Okay, Shreyash, you joined? Okay, good.
Yes. Can you guys hear me? Can you all hear me?
Yes.
You're audible.
Okay, perfect. Thanks. Sorry for the inconvenience. I was trying to join. Looks like there was some technical glitch. Was not getting the access, but thanks.
This is offline, huh? So. Yeah, best. Actually schedule it offline. Yes, please share your PPT.
Yeah, sure.
You have 5 minutes for the presentation and 2 minutes for a question answer.
Sure. So let me know if you can see my screen.
Yeah.
It's visible now.
It's visible now.
Perfect. So I'll try to be fast. So my name is Shreyas Sangam, and I have worked on this research work and under the guidance of Dr. Mandeep Mittal, the professor. This topic is designing next generation sustainable supply chain for a pharmaceutical organization. I'm also a supply chain professional. So when we say next generation, basically it means that our supply chain has to be more efficient, agile, and also sustainable, that is working for the environment aspect as well. And before we jump into the elements of the research work, what I would like to quickly share is that how a typical supply chain for a pharma industry looks like. Basically, if you see from the left hand, we have a centralized supply chain planning system which uses different ERP tools like SAP, OMP, etc. And that supply chain ERP system is integrated with different processes like how the MES, that is material execution system, works, the supplier system, the sales and operational planning. And for each stages, right, when the materials are procured, it goes through the process of operations from stage 1 to stage N. And in pharma companies, there are different manufacturing processes like dispensation, formulation, packing, etc. So once the packaging is done, it is then shipped to the affiliate or the customer end. So what we understand is that there are work in progress inventories that are built up. There are a lot of lead times involved in the entire process. We use packaging materials, and we use a lot of carbon dioxide are emitted because of the movement of the logistics. So the objective from this research work is how we can optimize it, how we can make it more sustainable. So that's the high level objective from this research. And moving on to the next slide. The background is that traditionally in the last 30 to 40 years, what we have analyzed is that pharma companies have been working in silos. It means that all these functions, which I just explained in the previous slide, they have been working in silos. They are not integrated to each other. And there has been a lot of inventory buildup, which has impacted the cash flow of the organization. And due to that, we have less responsiveness or less throughput for our customer. So keeping that in the mind, this research aims to design a sustainable supply chain which is also digitally enabled so that the end-to-end functions are completely integrated to each other. We have main three objectives. One is to reduce the lead time. One is to improve the OTIF. OTIF is on time in full performance, and also to reduce the carbon dioxide emission as well as to reduce the overall cost for the organization, which is called landed cost. Moving on to the methodology overview, I basically implemented 4-step approach. One is initiation, in which we try to understand what is the scope, what is the current state, and then what is the as is state, means what work has already been done with the previous literatures and in the current pharma domain. Then analysis step was to understand the gap between the current state and the future state, and what are the key areas we need to work on. And finally, in the 2B state, we basically try to work on the key recommendations, the quick wins, and the long-term roadmap, which is required for a pharma company to implement so that we can have a sustainable supply chain. We did mixed method design, basically meaning that we implemented quantitative as well as qualitative techniques. We did interviews with the supply chain professionals in pharma industries particularly. We also took KPIs and data from different ERP and different pharma organizations and used the statistical data analysis to make the findings. And as I mentioned, the scope is medium to large pharmaceutical industry. Talking about the literature review without going into the details, so as you can see on the right hand side, we have tried to capture since last 30 years all the work which has been done in this sector, in this segment, focusing on not only the current work but also the previous works that has been done. So out of all the 52 relevant research papers, we were trying to screen the 30 papers. And some of the work which has been done is by Abdullah, that is on the quality perspective of supply chain, by Setyadi on the resilient and sustainable supply chain, and so on. So this comprehensive literature work has helped to understand the as-is state well and to understand the areas of focus for the future. Very quickly, I spoke about the gap analysis, right, from the as is state to the to be state. So if I categorize all my gap analysis into 5 main segments, it includes network design, it includes digitalization, it includes the lean operational practices, supplier engagement and governance, and also the reverse logistics. Sorry.
Please conclude your work.
Sure. The thematic findings, one of the things which we have seen is these are the high level areas where we can work on to make it digitally sustainable. We have to work on the operational sustainability and digital aspect. So if we focus on these specific areas, we will see a huge improvement in the pharmaceutical supply chain performance, and these are the 4-5 key parameters which I spoke in the business case in the beginning. So lead time will reduce by almost 25%, work in progress will reduce, the OT will improve. And finally, the reflection from this entire research work has been that it is not just going to improve the performance, but also improve the collaboration with all our supplier and other colleagues, other partners. So that's the high level overview of my project. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Srans, for the presentation. As you have done, systematic literature review, but in your PPT somewhere you have written systematics literature review. Kindly rectify it. It is, systematic literature review. And second is, what is your, inclusion and exclusion criteria when you are considering the, number of articles that you have, taken a football of, 50 articles initially, and later on you have decided that you have taken 35 articles. So I'm asking you just, what the criteria you have followed for the inclusion and exclusion of the criteria in the systematic literature review.
Absolutely, sir. So, as per the discussion and input also taken from my professor, so what the criteria was, my scope was we have to design a supply chain which is sustainable. So, inclusion criteria was sustainability, and which is going to improve the efficiency. So, anything which is not meeting the criteria of sustainability, digitalization, as well as the next generation, which is efficient and lean supply chain. So, we have excluded for now, and that could be the work for the next research work. But currently, I have considered these areas out of 52 literature which I mentioned. So from 52, we filtered down to 30, which basically worked on these aspects of sustainability, digitalization, quality, and the network design. So that was my inclusion criteria currently, sir.
Yeah, Shreyas is just a suggestion to you. Whenever we generally exclude, some, articles from your systematic literature review, it's better you to, use some, scientific approach. Nowadays, we have, Prisma model, how to exclude and how to include the articles. So based on the criteria, you can decide that I have extracted a large number of articles to the, 35 number of, articles. So just incorporate, these, points also. This may, Ajam, is my just, suggestion to you.
Sir, thank you, sir.
Anybody have any question, please?
Actually, one simple query. Have you interview expert related to the area for actually you are saying that we have 12 interviews. Specifically area from area of expert. Yeah, randomly you have selected.
All the 12 people were supply chain manager, director, and vice president level. So we had a specific areas from, because I myself work in a supply chain domain. So we had colleagues who are expert in the supply chain logistics, supply chain planning, supply chain procurement, etc. So these are the specific experts, sir.
Your paper is actually, I think, related to the pharmaceutical. I'm talking about you have interview expert related to the pharmaceutical supply chain. I think there's a difference.
Okay, no, sure, sir. Just to clarify, so when I say expert, basically I mean the people who have got the expertise of working in the pharma supply chain domain. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Sure, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Shreyas. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
Yeah, Shreyas, you may leave now. We are ending the session.
Yeah, thank you.
सेशन चेयर को उसके बाद हम स्टूडेंट्स का करेंगे ना
That brings us to the end of this session. Thank you to all the presenters and session chairs. Now I would like to invite Dr. Ompal to facilitate our session chairs. Dr. Jagwinder Singh, Dr. Vivek Kumar, and Dr. Ramesh Lakshmiwant.
I would also request Dr. Umpal to facilitate our student volunteers also. Sir, बच्चों को भी requesting Tanvi to please step forward. बेटा ट्रॉफी कृष्णा ट्रॉफी और वो लेकर आ सर्टिफिकेट. Tanvi, please step forward. देखे जा सर को दो, सर खींचेंगे. विवेक सर आप जरा कोऑर्डिनेट. अक्षित कुमार बजाओ, तालियां बजा दो यार. क्या ये रही ना, ये रही दो तुम जल्दी बस इनको ट्रॉफीज पे ये सर ये
बेटा अर्शित, अब आप थोड़ा सा हेल्प करो, ट्रॉफी Next, please. ये बेटा जो हाथ में वही दे देखो.
भाई ये कौन है? कनन रे. अच्छा ठीक है, मैं बोलता हूँ तू ट्रॉफी दिलवाई. ठीक.
Next.
ठीक है, स्किप. अर्श. हाँ बोलो. नीचे से प्रतिष्ठा. ट्रॉफी दो. नियोनिका ये ट्रॉफी ले लेना हाथ में.
Next, please.
नियोनिका. सूर्यांश कहाँ है? सूर्यांश आजा ले आई कपूर. वो वाली लिया. अरे ये
Next, please.
सूर्यांश.
एक बच्चा चला गया। Thank you so much, guys. Volunteers. Thank you so much. Big round of applause for everyone. बेटा आप बात कर ली, ये इधर से जो भी एक्स्ट्रा चीज है वो रखो। हाँ सर, वो सर आपका सर्टिफिकेट। चलो सामान वाइट करके बेटा क्या करें कृष्णा सामान वाइट दे बस सर एक सेकंड देख रहे थे। अरे हमारी को रिसर्च एक प्रोडक्ट पर कंबाइन करवाइए तो एक बार ये हमने कंबाइन फोटो की गाड़ी अच्छे प्रसिद्ध दियो आगे आगे विश जल्दी आओ जल्दी विश अरे हमारे इधर खाएंगे तो कौन कीता बेटा जल्दी आओ चलो चलो सर बेटी साइड में करती ओके आ जाओ बेटा आ जाओ जल्दी ट्रॉफीज के साथ गेट ट्रॉफीज निकलो क्या hold your trophies and your certificates. Half of you come here, 5 come here, 5 on that side. भैया सर आप सेंटर में आ बिना इक्वेशन के बिजनेस स्कूल कैसे चलेगा सर? बेटा पीछे से ले सेंटर से ले बच्चे सेंटर से ले लो Really appreciation for your support. Without your support, it's not possible.